Hey, we live, we lit. Hey, Robot. Y'all know what time it is. We back at you again. We at an undisclosed location right now, getting it cracking, cuz. Hey, we live, we lit. Know y'all like them Deru tapes. I'm getting everything set up real quick, man. Hakeem. We got Hakeem in the building. Hey, dude. Man, dude right here. Let me get everything set up, man. We live, we lit, bro. In the building, you heard me? Getting everything set up for y'all. Juice.
Right about, brother.
Hey, Robot, we live, man. I look getting everything set up. We lit. Shit, I look. Hakeem, man, he keep texting me, bro. All right, stop, bro. Yeah, we at an undisclosed location, man. I ain't in my office today. Had to do it live from over here.
All right.
We back on. Everybody, hey, everybody been waiting on us. We back on.
No doubt, no doubt. Where you want to, what you want to talk about first? Where you want to go with that topic?
Hey, with the spirit thing, man, we could cover. Hey, Hakeem, we could cover whatever, man. We could go come in how you want, man, because different people using the spirit right now, man. We got holy rollers. Okay, hold up. Let me see. I mean, we got 14 people in. Rob bot to everybody that's on, man. We live.
Rob bot family.
I'm putting all the descriptions in right quick. Making sure everybody got the descriptions. Yeah, they had that life wave joint jumping off at the Rock Eagle Mound, man. It went down, man. They was hoping the young air was in the building. Yeah, they had everything out there, man. But I saw a couple videos. They had all kind of Nubian artifacts. You know what I'm saying? Artifacts.
Yeah.
We got 24 people in. They coming in. We getting live. We getting lit. I already sent it to you might have sent it to Purification though.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because I don't think he sent me his number. He might have did, man, because I check these messages though every day.
No, I didn't send you his number.
Oh, okay, all right. Hey, y'all, get it up in the building, man. Get on, tell them the young girl of the 15th live right now, man. We going live. We in the building. I'm getting everything set up. I got Hakeem with me making all this noise, bro. I know y'all like them Deru tapes. Got them Deru tapes jumping, bro. Veterans United presents and they gonna let me go. And they gonna let me look at brand new house. Man, get the pillow. They be lying like a mug on this joint. I can't. You messing with my tea, bro. Come on. Sit right here. All right, y'all in the building, man. Get in the building, bro. We got 30 people. Ride by. Hey, shout out Sunrise, man. See Sunrise in the building. I know it was lit down at the Life Wave event, man. We're gonna shout out Life Wave, man. Hey, Hakeem, come on, man. Hey, man, send us some donations, man. We gotta get ready to pay that rent up, man. Hey, I'm gonna get you up out of here, boy.
Yeah, you tell them to focus it at you, big brother. I ain't in no need. So you can go ahead, man. If they want to send something to you, I recommend it. I don't need
man, hook
anything
your
in that
brother up,
case.
man.
Feel me?
Support the channel.
You're all right. You're all right. Yeah, he probably had to tend to something, I think. So he'll be back soon. And we wait for some other elders to get in on the class as well.
Yeah, I'm giving them time to get in, man. We got to see how many people we got in for. Yeah, today is raining outside, man. My wife want me to go work out with her today since she can't walk. So I might have to get off at about 8:15, man. Yeah, but I might just leave it running though, because I can just switch to my
No
phone.
sweat, ain't no sweat. You gotta handle your business. We got,
Yeah, I'm trying to get right, man.
keep it
So when I
brief.
hit the town, man, we gonna be fresh, but yeah, I'm down. I think I'm down to my I'm almost about 5 or 6 pounds off of my original weight when I got out the military, 185.
Oh shoot. See,
Yeah,
keep it
man.
moving. See, hey, that's spiritual moving right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fasting all week though. I'm gonna this week I'm just doing the raw vegan joint, like the raw vegan meal you told me about.
Yeah.
The little powder joint. So I got that and some almond milk, no gluten, no salt. I mean no soy. And I just put like a little ice, 2 bananas, and then I put the scoop of raw vegan meal in there. I drank that like for like lunch and dinner. So I'm probably gonna be doing
Yeah.
that all week, man. I just got through drinking one. That joint lit. The
That dude.
Ramadan thing got more so with for the Muslims. And
Yeah.
then I got to challenge it, man. I got to challenge it. I told him I wasn't gonna do it though. He trying to debate me, man. My wife's pastor.
What did he okay, he wanted to debate you.
Yeah, he wanted to
Now,
debate me on.
notice
I
the
told him,
topic this evening is how to move someone's spirit.
yeah, yeah,
Challenge them. All right. Send them a
yeah.
formal challenge and you gonna move that spirit right away.
Yeah, I told him, look, hey, look, cause my wife, he said my wife going to hell for not doing Passover. Like I said, these niggas is steady casting spills. He said my
Oh,
wife going to hell for not doing a Passover with him. And cause I showed my wife, I actually broke it down word for word, how Passover is dealing with the sun passing over the equator, right? So now, yeah, so now this dude
uh-huh.
want me to come and sit down. I say, man, I ain't got time to sit down and go back and deal with religious folks. If you religion still in 2022, I'm gonna leave you where you at, man. I ain't got time to waste. I got new information, other information to move forward on. Like people think
Yeah.
because when they see this topic, they think, oh, you niggas going back into religion. Nah, nigga, the spirit is real.
I
But
don't
like you
want to go
say,
back into it
no,
myself.
I don't want to argue with no religious people, man. It's gonna bring me back down, bro. I already dealt with
Some
that for
people
so many
need it
years.
though, big bro. I'll tell you, some people need it till they learn how to walk on their own too. It's symbolic of, you know, the child crawling before they walk. Some people start walking and, you know, they don't learn the mistakes of falling on their butt. So they get legs and then they break one. So they're going to need a crutch. And you need to go to service sometimes and get you a spiritual crutch, but don't lean on that crutch forever as if you don't want to use your legs again. You know, so that's my encouragement and opinion on it. I'm not, you know, the knower of all things. I just got an opinion.
You know what he said? He said, all right, that means y'all shouldn't do the law. Man, the law existed way before Adam and Eve, my niggas. like they make this thing every time you get them in a corner, they go with, oh, what about the law? Man, what about the law? Because
it's a lot of laws. Which laws he referring to?
That's what I said. So he's like, all right, the laws of Moses. Nigga, I say, all right, thou shalt not kill. All right, if that law didn't exist to Moses, then why did Moses run from Egypt? Why did Moses run from Egypt for killing the guy before he got the 10 Commandments? We had the 42 negative. We had the 42 negative confessions in ancient Kemet.
Exactly right.
Way before Moses was called. If it was a Moses, really his name was Thutmose. But we know that if we want to go with Hakeem, we know that if you want to go with, he mad because I cut his hair off. But I left his ducktail though. He still got his princely his prince ducktail, but he mad about his hair, man, because it was my wife wasn't doing them right, so I had to cut it off so it would grow back even. But yeah. What about the negative 42 confessions? They still trying to get around it. Here come this dude Hakeem. All right, go ahead real quick. Let me handle this dude. Here come Haru with his crap.
Yeah. the little gods. Hey, it was some of their father's attention.
Man, they went balling me all day while I was putting these tapes together. Now coming here harassed. Hey, but what about the negative? What about the 42 negative confessions, man? They had that. We had that in ancient Kemet. Like everybody know, if you want to say Moses existed, Moses was in the son of the Pharaoh, the adopted son of the Pharaoh. He had to, and then when he turned 8, he had to go to the to ancient to Karnak, to the temple, and he had to quote those negative 42 confessions every day when he walked in the temple. That's like part of our rules. So you telling me that he didn't know that? And then the God that gave him his 10 commandments was Tahuti. So man, they need, like, these religious people, they need to go on, they need to do more studying and stop harassing people, man. And then look, what I told him, you know, his name Pastor Paul. First of all, how you a Hebrew teacher and you calling yourself a pastor, and then you calling yourself Paul, which means a little thing. like you said, it means Paul means little. He really supposed to be calling himself Saul. It's a whole bunch of things I could crack his head. You know, last time I had a debate with him, I didn't attack him. I just came and I was teaching Hebrew doctrine because, you know, we already went through that school. So I was teaching his people Hebrew doctrine that he didn't even know. And then when I got through teaching for like an hour, he come on and say, "Oh, we had a history lesson." Oh, did he come in? He proceeded to attack me. Yeah, he proceeded to attack me, man. I was like, look at this dude.
That's because he listened to you for an hour, gained all his ammunition, seen what you was attacking with. That's just like me in the first round with somebody, you fill a nigga out.
Yeah, right.
He filled you out for about an hour and he came on in. Oh no, see, we already know what the history is. Go ahead, big bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm just,
somebody asked a question on African Moors. It depends on what Africans you talking about. But the word Moor can consist of any thoughts.
You talking about?
Huh? You got cut out. Hey, 15,
I was
you got
breaking
cut out.
up, wasn't I?
yeah, real bad, man.
Okay. Am I breaking up still?
No, you good now.
Yeah, they always do this. Okay. Oh, I was just adding in, and it also depends on what meaning of the word more you using.
Yeah, like the word, if you're losing the word more and it means black, shit. See, you can consider anybody with dark skin or more, but it is a Pacific group of Africans. And a lot of Africans are Moors though, because of the mix with the tribe of Shabazz, the Asiatic black man. So like I say on that last tape, the Anarchies, a lot of those species mixed in with the Hindus, and the Hindus were the Moors. But a lot of Moors might disagree with that, but hey, we could get down to that too. We got tape something already.
Go ahead. Seed. I want to plan on that if I may.
Hey, go ahead.
Okay, I would consider all of the copper-colored people Moors all over the planet, because Moors would have to be an extension of, where everybody comes from as family anyway. So we had to come up with a word that described us no matter where we met each other at on the globe, since we was all over the globe at one point in time too. We had to spread out first, and then you got to consider the generations in between the spread out and how much time passes. And then after that, you meeting up with your cousins, but they don't speak the same language and they ain't never seen you before. When you cross the waters, you come over here, they don't know what to call you. So we had to probably agree on something to identify each other. And it probably wasn't more, it's probably another dialect, a term spoken there. Nagaru might have been one of them, Netaru, Netters, but more came about after the Spanish age, right? After the Spaniards was running around on the world trying to conquer. So I would say that's probably where you got your word more from, when we was running Spain or in Spain or in Mauritania. Yeah. Well, but before that, it's just general terms to identify each other all over the planet, man. Because we all family. Everybody that's copper skinned is come through the bloodline. They come through the vine. And we got to remember, what to call that when you reach another island. They know that word. You can go to any island to say more and they know what you talk about. So that's just what I'm getting into. We used it more as an identifier of our people all over the diaspora. Thank you for letting me say that too, big brother.
Oh, yeah, that's fire, man. That's fire. Hey, shout out to brother Moon Rob for the $10 donation, man. Appreciate that, bro. Like I say, we take $5, $10, whatever you got, man. Cause about to get ready to pay this rent, and they sabotaged my other account, so they blocked my direct deposits, man. So man, I don't know. I'm still waiting. So, but yeah, it's all good though. We ain't sweat, no sweat, baby. No sweat, like Captain Cesariak, no sweat. Yeah, but we got a whole bunch of religious guys. They scratching and fighting to stay alive. 15. They scratching because all this truth coming out, and all these right knowledge coming out, and it been out. It's just that it's starting to overtake the falsehood in the beliefs. It's starting to overtake it. You know what I'm saying? And so that now they being overwhelmed with so many questions, they can't. They're like, they getting fat. They get mad. They want to fight. They want to fight, man, because they like, all right, prove it then. You prove it. He's like, okay, prove that what we doing the sun worship. And it's real simple, man, because all of them learn from ancient Kemet. We can't get around that fact. All religions come out of ancient Kemet. Yeah. We can't get over that fact, man. So like Islam. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
My bad. So the truth is typically simple and pure. So the truth, once you remove all the crap, all you got is the simple purity of truth. And that's what everything is in essence. A lot of people want to debate, it's egotistical. Remember that we just did a class on pay the cost to be the boss, right? Debates help people who feel that they are the boss stay feeling like they're worthy of being the boss. If they can challenge someone that is a boss or on that level of leadership, they want to throw you down, right? So you can debate them to strengthen yourself, but don't debate him to beat him. Debate him to get better. Debate him for some type of a cause that you might have to make yourself better. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't do it out of pure ego. He don't know nothing, and then you come at him with something, and he done been listening to the channel for a long time. Little do you know. So he tried to arm himself way before he challenged you. Now he wouldn't just come out of nowhere challenge. So that's all I'm saying. You know, we use some wisdom in there.
When he said my wife told him that what the Passover was dealing with the equator and all that. That's what he said. All right, who told you that? Like who woke you up? Pretty much like, who woke you up? He got mad. He got mad because my wife hadn't participated in that shit no more. Now my wife said her new religion is plant. She a plant being. She a gardener. That's her new religion there.
Hey,
she
that's
playing
beautiful
plants.
there. That's essential to the planet. That's essential. Hear what I'm saying? It's essential to the planet.
That's right.
Why not be a gardener? Why not be a botanist? Why not be somebody that gets into stuff like that to live and learn, to help the whole world with that kind of knowledge? But anyway, you know, I ain't got nothing negative to say about the brother. I don't know him.
Now the brother is a good brother, man. I was gonna cut him some slack because his wife passed not too recently, man. So I was like, man, you know what? I ain't gonna debate the dude because I don't want to break his whole congregation down. That's all he got. So that's what he survived off of. So I want to because I don't pull the rug on people. You know what I'm saying? I don't snatch the rug on niggas, man. You know. But
Right.
we gotta ease the truth on people. You can't just hit them all at one time because they go in the shock. He go in the,
Yeah.
I can hit it with so much shit, he'd go in the shock, man.
Hey, if you hit me with a lot of doo-doo, I go into shock too. Hey, I'm saying that as a joke because you used the word shit. That's all. I'm replacing it with doo-doo. You see what I'm saying? So in my mind, I was like, all I could view was poop coming in my head. I go into straight shock. I had doo-doo on me. I'm like, what? Yeah, you go crazy, but that's a joke, you know what I mean, in coalition with what you said.
You know, Baba put out the book 300. All I gotta do to really destroy this dude, all I gotta do is pull out 360 questions to ask a Hebrew. And what he gonna do? Man, I got 360 questions to crash this dude with, man. This nigga crazy. He really don't know who our master teacher is. I heard him say something one time like, oh yeah, that Malachi dude, man, you don't even know Malachi.
You better put some respect on it.
Yeah, I probably 360 questions.
Better put some respect on it, nigga.
Run them off. Hey, but you know, really, hey, shout out to the people. Okay, shout out Sunrise for the 10. That was Sunrise, the Amin Ride Sunrise for the $10 donation. Appreciate that, Sunrise. Okay,
that's what's up, big brother.
Hey, shout out to brother James Jones Bay, man, he in the building. Yeah, we got some Moors in the building, man. But we're really talking about the spirit tonight, and because like I say, 15 might want to go in on this, how they do in the church when they say they got the Holy Ghost and they jumping around, and you can hear it in some like when I used to go to church, or when I go to like these little conferences with my mom, right? I hear people get up and talk, and I can hear that pure spirit, that they clean, that they pure, and it gives it causes a chill bumps on me when I hear their voice. When I hear somebody's voice or I hear somebody sing, because they know they got the gospel, which really means ghost feel. But it's some beings that don't know what we know about the information, and they just come in as a pure spirit they come in as a pure spirit just to teach it, and they mean well. You know, people that mean well, they can be wrong on what they teaching, but they mean well, and they got a good spirit, and that's really what we're talking about. The people with good spirits that's trapped in religion. Like when I hear Marvin's what his name is, Marvin Sapp, I think that's his name, 15.
Yeah.
Never would have made him sing. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was just throwing the song out there that he sang that never would have made it, remember?
Yeah, never would have made it. My mom's favorite song, right?
Right.
Never would have made it. When I hear certain gospel people saying, I can hear the spirit. What it is, it's a pure spirit on them, you know, pure energy. Because the spirit is energy, it's the breath. Right? You might want to go into that. It's the air, the breath that we breathe. Yeah. And it's a cleanliness. It's a cleanliness too with that spirit. It's a cleanliness. Like it's like they don't got no, they doing right. They on the side of righteousness. You know what I'm saying? And so it is, and religion is for some people. Some people need religion. Like Islam was for some guys. Like the guys Elijah Muhammad was teaching. Some of them were criminals, like Malcolm X. They were criminals. They were burglars. They were adulterers. They were they were guys who were doing trouble and living on the wrong side of the fence. But Islam brought them to change. It changed them. It cleaned them. So religion is used to clean some people. Some people can be cleansed with their religion. But it's like third grade. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's like third grade. Once you get clean, then what? He's gonna keep on talking about, because you only can talk about so much within religion. You only can talk about so much, and then you run out of information. Once you preach Meshach, I done heard. I know Fritz can attest to this because his dad was a minister. You probably heard just about every sermon, every scripture they could preach, and you heard it about 15, 25 different ways. I done heard that Meshach and Abednego about 45 different ways.
Brother, if I get started,
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, bro, I don't want to get started on them lessons. I had a house before it got to the church. My dad used to, this is when I found out, see, when you're a preacher's child, you know what goes on behind the scenes to get them as good as they got. You see, you get to see it. They read all the time, and then they take notes on what it is they're reading. You know, they do research. Some of the better pastors do a lot of research so they can know how to bring current events to you, open you up. But they know how to control spirit the best. Like, as far as I know, you got politicians, entertainers, and then, you know, your preachers and your speakers. They know how to move spirit the best because they use a frequency of voice and vibration. You know, that's magnetic enough to connect with the people. And when you start pulling on the people with your manipulation, man, I'll pull at, right? Manipulate. That's what ends up happening in the church on a high level. Now, I'm not saying my father was trying to manipulate people. He really, in his heart of hearts, felt that what he was teaching was 100. Now, it was in pure intention, but as far as one could call right or wrong, it wasn't for him to determine that. He just seen it helping people in certain ways. And a lot of times, you know, you ignore all of the other bad things that come out of it as if there's no negatives. But to me, my perspective is a true spiritual person understands both sides of it. And then they see the pure side of it so they can figure it out. They have to be able to see the left and the right, or the good and the bad, the positive and the negative. They have to be able to see all that and weigh it out, because either way, right, is useful for some being. Might not be you, but it is the being that's using it. Whatever you deem negative at the time, like I said before 1,000 times, a person's spirit can be going through hell. And when a person's going through hell, they'll be the demon that you'll see in hell. They'll exhibit the spiritual behavior of a demon, okay? Now, I don't really necessarily believe in the demons. I just believe of them as energy that's taking over or possessing bodies to do negative things. When a body is so low, the brain computer can only process 6 ethers, okay? That's when I go, okay, his spirit and manipulated and swayed. It's easy to get that dude charged up at a baseball game, and then he'll be fighting some dude in the stands for catching the fly ball or something, you know? So that's what we call beings that vibrate on the lowest levels. They pick up on those frequencies the fastest, and their nerves respond to that frequency the fastest. But preachers are allowed to reach that nervous using the microphone, the speakers. They get you fine-tuned with the band and the music and the choir. Choir is core, right? It's really another spelling for it is core. And what's in your core, your C-O-R-E, is your soul, your chest. So the choir always is speaking to your soul in order to move your spirit. That's why you get the goosebumps all over your body, because it's like volcanoes erupting. You know, that the essence of you got to come out of the pores. It's got to come out of every fabric of your body. So you start to ventilate, open up, right? So they're controlling the spirit, the choir is, and then they have everybody relax, controlling the spirit again. Is your cool down moment, and then the pastor gets to raise you back up to the same intensity. Now, what happens when that's going on? he's not usually being responsible enough to mind the elderly that are being, jumping around and doing things in no daggone well gonna injure them the next 2 days at the crib. They shouldn't be doing it. And he might want to gauge his ability to do that a little bit better. Then he might not have people getting hurt in the church. Now, I'm not saying that all the pastors move spirit this way, but a lot of them do, and they don't really have control over their influence, man. I've seen people passing out and falling all over the floor as soon as the pastor touch them. And I said, the only thing that could do that is a stun gun. so I said to myself, his hand got to be somewhere equivalent to the stun gun after absorbing all these people's focus in this church. Like this, everybody's channeling energy to the pastor, right? So he's giving it to the one dude, and the jolts like Zeus, like boom, this mug is passing down into the hands of the deacons if they can catch him. You don't consider the deacons back at the time when he catches whoever it is he's catching, and then you pull his lower back because ain't nobody got him on an athletic regimen. You don't see that stuff coming. So you had the power to cause all these electrical jolts or spiritual jolts in people and get them to jump and rally, to go to war. That's another one, a war rally. A war cry, a rally cry, however you want to say it. They speak to each other to get each other riled up and synchronized on one mental focus, and then they go in, and that's moving spirit. You see, because your spirit, you gotta ask yourself, it belongs to the all, belongs to the quantum field. You're getting a chance to drive it around as it's contained in the body for a little while, but after this, then what? See, you got to go back out into the mind, the mental plane. You see, before you can travel anywhere, because you're going to travel there based upon how you think anyway. So a person down here in this plane of existence that wants to trap you here will give you movies to move your spirit. Movie, move I, or just move. Because that's exactly what they want to move, your spirit. How many times have you watched the movies and got the chills up your back, hair standing up all over your body, had you crying, had you laughing, had you mad to the point to where when you see the actor that's playing the villain, you're going to punch him in the face? Is that not moving spirit? That's most definitely a function of moving spirit. Spirit is equal to, your energy and how you're using it in the body due to also spiritual aspects like the blood, the breath and the blood. And then, the heart, the soul, I'm sorry. Using all of those together, you're going to put a lot of spirits in movement. To have a person walking around on the planet numb to everything and not considering no one's feeling, external or internal, you're not concluding or including anybody. Some has gone fizzled out with your spirit. You got to be able to have a light in you to care as well. If somebody can numb you all the way out to where you ain't got that warm light in you to care, you become cold and numb. And I told you the letter M turned that a certain way, you can see the letter Z in it. So you got numbie is zombie. Anybody can turn into a zombie if they're considering numbing all of their emotions, inner and external. Therefore, somebody have moved your spirit into what I would refer to, me personally, as the dead zone. Cold, ice cold, right? Winter brings death. So they done moved you into that zone. I'm a yield right there, big bro. I'm sorry for going so long. Go ahead, big bro.
No. Hey, you talking some good stuff, because like I say, it's a lot of people on there and they saying that the Hebrew helped them out. That's right. The Hebrew, the different religions help people out. Like that's like it's like the first level that you get. Oh shit. Oh, look.
Hey, tell brother Randy Christian, I said thank you for the 15. I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, shout out brother Randy Christian, man, for the donation, brother, for the 15, man. Yeah, it's a lot of people out here that religion is like your first step. Most of all of us grew up over here, like before the master teacher came, and before we met the master teacher, most of us grew up in a certain religion. And that religion could have helped you out to clean you up if you did the right side of it, because it's a lot of good stuff in different religions that can help people out. But it was religion was originally for barbarians. We created these different religions for people who were savages, and they needed a moral construct. So we gave them, in order for them to say, we say, you got to follow these rules. You got to stick to these rules. And it's for here, it's like a guideline. It's like a guide, you know what I'm saying, to help these people out, to guide their spirit, right? Because a lot of people, they had bad spirits, or they just didn't know, they didn't know good. So we gave them, when they came to ancient Kemet, we gave them we already had a moral construct in ancient Kemet. We had the 42 negative confessions. We had the personal hygiene. And the personal hygiene is real big in Islam, right? So a lot of people, Islam helped them out. A lot of people, because there's a lot of nasty people who's out here, especially the Tamahus. They were nasty, so they needed Christianity or these different Hebrewism or these different forms of religion to help them with a moral construct. Another thing too, a lot of people don't like the name Jesus, right? And we know how the name Jesus come about with the with them putting Jah and Zeus together and all that, right? But you got to think about this. Words carry power, and words are energy. Like I said in the Ascension Manual, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's not true. Words can hurt you. Words can get under your skin. And so, we as Nubians, being the powerful wizards that we are, we use the name Jesus. And most time when they're using the name Jesus, most of our Nubian family, our grandmothers, our and our ancestors that was over here under the slavery, most time when they use the name Jesus, they had a positive intention behind it. See, and that's another thing. We said as in ancient Kemet, we're not judging what you did, we judging your intentions on doing it, what you did, what your spirit led you to do, what your intentions of your spirit led you to do. So when they using the name Jesus, they had a positive intention every time. You don't never really hear nobody. I ain't never really heard nobody using the name Jesus and had a negative intention behind it. They mostly had positive intentions. So even though the word was created as a spell word to put us under some white god worship, eventually, and I had the Hebrews say Yahshua, they got other ways they say it, right? But the real thing is that name Yahshua don't have as much power as Jesus, because we hadn't been using it like we've been using the name Jesus. And a lot of people gonna be mad nigga talking about Jesus. Yeah, forget about the person. Forget about because we know that Jesus really is the sun, right? Forget about the person. We know that Jesus is the sun in the sky, right? It's the SUN. We know that that whole construct was set up on astrology. But I'm just talking about the word, the energy, the word, your grandmother, your dad, 15th, your dad, everybody that was, and they were good people. These were good people. And they used the name Jesus, and then their intentions was good. So what they did is they changed the energy of that word. And so that now the energy of that word is a positive energy, even though we know the whole setup behind it, right? It's a positive energy behind the name Jesus. And like a lot of niggas ain't gonna like that, but I'm telling you the truth. Tell me other words that we use that were positive. And because most time when they want to cast out a demon, or when they want it depends on what kind of demon you fight against too. But when they want to cast out a demon, or when they want to bless somebody, or when they want to do something positive, people say, I gave you this money in the name of Jesus. We already know that that was a spell, and because the word got to be spelled out, like the 15th we teach it, right? But we changed our ancestors, our grandmothers, we don't give up that word. Keep that word in your back pocket, because you might have to use it later, because your grandmother worked hard, your granddaddy, your ancestors worked hard to convert the energy of that word. So that word is a positive word. Go ahead, 12. I see you. Hey,
Roll back to the other elders.
Raw back, family, raw back, young yo. Hey, I just want to add right about Jesus. This is a reminder for the family that when Doc used to play on the land, he had Jesus playing over the intercom. It was just saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. You know, people that was on the land, some guys, the doc said those demons didn't like it, you know, because he kept saying Jesus instead of the Om sound, you know, and they was thinking Pops is going crazy. You know, some cats were thinking, are we going back in religion? We're going back in religion. But that wasn't the case, you know what I'm saying? Because Doc said, you know, he said in the name of Jesus, you know, he was using Jesus. You know, a lot of people thought Doc, you know, was confused and stuff. And even one of my friends, Sharif, is like, you know, some people got offended. You know what I'm saying? They thought, you know, man, what's going on? You know, he's bringing back Jesus. He's bringing back Jesus. But I just want to remind, I'm just adding on, young y'all, that you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people had a problem. You know, they always ask, well, my grandmother used it. All that stuff you're saying, that's exactly right. But I just wanted to just put in there that the master teacher, you know, was playing that on Tamaray. He was using the word Jesus. I yield.
Yeah, so just forget about the person, the white image they gave you in your mind. Just scratch that out. Just think about the word. We use that words are energy, and energy is never destroyed. It's only you can convert it, you can change the energy to a positive energy. So even though the Nicene Council came out with the word, and you know they put Jah and they Greek god Zeus, the Hebrew, they wanted to bring the Hebrews and the Christians together, so they took Jah and Zeus and put it together, but they didn't calculate that words are energy and that words can be transferred, the energy of that word can be changed. So for the last 400 years at least, maybe longer than that, and because the J didn't get added really to you know, like 500 years ago to the English language, but that word is a spell word that got a positive energy to it, because our grandmothers, my grandmother used it, right? And my grandmother was one of the sweetest, was a saint, you know, and my grandmother was a saint, far as I know. And when she used it, she always had positive intention behind it. She always put positive energy behind it when she said it. And like sometimes it depends on how you say it too. When she said, she put a positive energy behind it, it can send chills down your spine. So don't think about the person, the white character that they created, because we know it's like sun worship, really. But that word over time, we can't just give that word up like that, because our ancestors died and worked hard to convert the energy of that word, Jesus. So I just want to add that about the spirit, about this, because words are spirits as well. So you might have to use that name. So don't just throw that name in the trash. Oh, I ain't saying that name no more. Because like I say, demons, the reason why demons, they scared of that name. And it's not because Jesus is the power of God, Son of God, and all that. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's got something to do with us as Nubians being powerful wizards over and not knowing we wizards, but study casting a spell, and a good spell in a good format, saying that name. Most of the people I know, like when I went to church, and some people might have had it can't be, and even they say in the Bible, not everybody that say that name could be a good being. They could be just trying to trick you. But for the most part, for at least 85% of the time, most of the people that I know that were using that name or the energy, that word, the energy word, had good intentions. And so therefore we converted that power of that name. We earned it. We earned that name. We earned it by our grandmother, your great grandmother, your great great grandmother. For 400 years, we've been using that name. And that's why Baba knew on a level that people didn't know not. So that's why they were saying Baba going crazy, he going back into Christianity, or he talking about Jesus. And even I was saying it about my brother Bodie, because my brother Bodie, he loved the name Jesus. And I was saying it about Bodie, man. Like at first I said, man, Bodie must be going crazy. Because I said the same thing. I was like, Bodie must be going crazy. He going back to this Christianity shit. And but a new came to me, and he told me it's not the name, it's not the person, it's just the name, the energy of the name, and the spirit of that spirit, that energy, the spirit behind that word is a positive spirit now, due to us putting all our energy into it. We put our grandmother, your granddad, your dad. My granddad's a pastor. He always talk about the name of Jesus. And my granddad was a saint for sure. Talking about a dude that didn't even watch TV. All he did is pray and read the Bible and do good things for people. And he loved the name of Jesus. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep that word in your back pocket, because when you go to fight certain spirits, you can use that name and it'll be able to cast out demons. Why? Because it's an energy. Don't forget, like I say, forget about the person. Just think about the word. It's a spell word. It's a spell word. Now we could probably build up other words to be that powerful, but you're talking about 400 years worth of work your ancestors put in to convert that word. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna take us a long time to convert Yahshua, because we had been using it. Now we would have been using Yahshua for the last 400 years, maybe it'd have the same energy behind it. But we just not starting to use that name. And then two, most people I know they're saying it, they don't even got positive energy behind it. You know what I'm saying? They ain't put no positive energy behind the way Yahshua. They ain't saying it with the same energy as Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And even though we know the whole setup, like I say, like most of the people that's up to speed know that the whole setup is dealing with sun worship and astronomy. But like I say, we could have been using like Amen. Really, Amen has power too, because they say in Jesus' name, Amen. So what is Jesus' real name if they saying Amen at the end of their prayers? Right. So I believe Amen has a little power, but most of the time they saying Jesus. Anybody else want to add on to that? Something else you want to add? Something else about the spirit?
I would say just Amun has more power. I'm gonna say that because more people the world over say Amun, Amun, Amen. They all of them say it. Not everybody the world over is pronouncing Jesus like that. I would say they are, but I mean they're in the known places. They're in the known places. And Amun is said more than Jesus at their, every day. When somebody has their prayers, they say Amen every day. So I think
in every religion, in Hebrew and in Islam and Hebrew, all the religions say at the end of their prayers. Go ahead, you right?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that on. I don't want to throw people's focus off. That's my perspective on it. I'm not trying to say yours is wrong either.
Yeah, we using Amen is used, like you say, you right about that too, because Amen is used in Islam. They say at the end of their prayers. The Hebrews say at the end of their prayers. So Amen probably carries a lot of power too, because of everybody saying it at the end of their prayer. So that's another powerful word that we got that you could keep into your your powerful word banks. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, and to me, it works. It works. The spirit. So we talk about the spirit and moving the spirit. And like 12 just said, some people were getting mad. And that, like I know some people that get mad when you say the name Jesus. I know some people that get mad, and they be mostly bad people. They get mad because you saying that name. And that's just one aspect of moving the spirit. Another thing is you can move the spirit, moving the spirit to work for you, because you can send things out. That's why they say you can speak things in existence. Now I think that phase is going out. The speaking thing in existence is going out. Now we in the do phase. We in the do phase now. You can't just say something and something gonna happen. And they really was teaching you that in Christianity when they said faith is impossible without works. So you can say I want this job all you want, but if you never go fill out the application, you'll never get the job unless some mysterious thing happen. Well, but you got to fill out the application. So that's something you got to always put some do with what you're saying. You can't just say it and then don't do it. So that's another thing about how the spirit move and how it works. And breathing, 15 might go in on that, on the breathing part. The spirit can clean you.
Right.
Like the breathing can cleanse you. When you breathe, that's why they do all the yoga and the meditation and the deep breathing. breathing is like it's one of the most important things. When Hakeem, why you just nonstop now? Yeah, the breathing is the most important thing in boxing. If you don't breathe, you're gonna lose your win. You ain't gonna last long without breathing. And it's about anything you're doing when you moving your body or exercising. The second wind, you got what you call your second wind. How do you get that second wind? 15 Mike could explain that more on the second wind. When that second wind kick in, you don't get tired. You don't get tired when that second wind kick in, and that's part of the spirit. Go ahead, 15.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I was trying to keep it quiet while I'm doing my work out here. But yeah, if you if you breathing, you can't do nothing. I mean, if you can't breathe properly, you can't do nothing. And if you can't breathe in rhythm properly, it's hard to do anything and to have it in order. So you got to make sure that's what meditation and stuff comes in at. Also, practicing breathing, becoming one with the breath, recognizing what you are in essence, and going out into the quantum field, or which we call the all, which is why you chant Om. So it's the same thing with the all affirmation. You can get to a point to where after you say it and you do your other techniques, you can go into a deeper meditation and do a lot of galactic travel that way. But the breath is key to everything in the human body. I mean, once you stop doing that, you're considered dead anyway. So the breath is a key essential. It's like fuel to the soul, if you get what I'm saying. If without you breathing in, the chest can't ignite from within with the burning fuel of oxygen that you receive. So you have to be able to breathe in some oxygen to keep your soul spark in your chest ignited anyway. Keep it hot. That's why when you breathe, your soul becomes more inflamed, your chest gets hot, your heart starts to pound, the beat of the drum becomes your chest. At that moment, all of that heats up the body, causes for ventilation, and certain demons that are inside you cannot remain. They come out through the sweat glands. They come out through mucus from you spitting. They come out through a bunch of means, and then you get in the shower, and then you wash yourself clean again. So learning how to control your spirit has great benefits to it. The breath, learning how to control your breath has great benefits to it. There's no way Allen Iverson, Michael Jordan, any of the greats that you might think of that play ball can do any of it without breath. The jumping, all of the IQ that comes with learning patterns of the game, you need to be able to breathe to do all of it, you see? So I figure most of the religions are about the breath and about what's in the air, and then about what's beyond that. So it's a form of the higher sciences, if you get my drift. So, I mean, that's all. I mean, I've said so many other things on the breath before in other classes. I'm going to leave that right there, man, because they know they can't do nothing without breathing.
That's right. Like to me, man, motivation. That's another thing, because it like the spirit is connected with the heart chakra, I believe, and the solar plex, right? And this is what I think about it. I think that like when you follow your heart, you follow your spirit, or you follow your soul. You follow, like when you follow your heart and your even the heart, like you can like I heard like that one book you sent me that those brothers put together, those doctors. They said the brain is the main organ in the body. I disagree. And the reason why I say that is you can live with your brain dead, long as your heart pumping. But if your heart stop pumping, that's a wrap. You can live long as your heart pumping.
I gotta ask you a question just for the sake of us both growing in perspective.
Okay.
When you're on the semen level, do you have a heart or do you have a head?
I think you have both.
As a semen? So what would the heart be? The tail?
I don't know, but I bet you if we can look under a microscope into to a semen, I bet you it's got a heart. Even a gnat got a heart. A gnat is smaller than
where would it be at? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying where would it be?
I'll tell you it'd be the tail.
Well, doesn't the tail fall off when it go in the air? It couldn't be the egg because then you lose your heart as soon as you go in.
Or it
Where
had to
the
be
heart would have
something.
to be inside the brain as well, because that light, that little spark of light, right, would be holding all the information that grows from there into the organs. Because you
Yeah, but
lose
can
that
you,
little tail.
let me ask you this. Can you live, can a person be in the hospital and their brain be not functioning, but their heart be pumping and they still be alive?
Right.
But
Can
then if your heart stop, you stop.
the
That's
body stops. Check this out. Your
Mhm.
body stops. You're laying there, you can't move because the heart. I mean, matter of fact, you dead. But nobody says that the nobody says that the mind stops. So it's the minute your heart stops and you exit that body, you take a look back and it says everything about what I've been telling cats, that your body is no longer than a ship you fly around in. So the heart has to be the motor or the engine, because you can't drive a car without an engine, fly a ship without an engine. You can't fly nothing or do anything without an engine or a motor to move it. So the heart would have to be equivalent to the motor that pumps the blood through the body, and that blood would be representative to spirit, because it takes electricity, and the flow of electricity runs through the veins. Then the nervous system, you get what I'm saying? The nervous system shocks everything else. So this is, what I'm trying to get at is, brother, big brother, okay? I don't disagree with your perspective. I'm adding and building on a perspective to give people more of a view. That's all. That's all I'm doing. So I don't know in the semen if I'd say all of it had to be in the seed.
Man, we as ancient Egyptians, we knew something more than what we know now, because if that's the case, we would have weighed the brain. Why we weighing the heart? Why we ain't weighed the brain? If the semen and all that, why we didn't weigh the brain? Why we weighed the heart? Because we knew something. We knew something extra. That's why we grabbed the. If we would have went back to ancient Kemet during that time, what did they know about the soul and the spirit to try to weigh the heart, to judge you by the heart and not the brain?
I don't think that.
Why would they put the brain on to the scales? It's more to it. I know it's probably more to it. I'm just saying, why didn't we put the brain on them instead of why we use the heart? Why did we use the heart?
Because the symbolism of the weighing of the heart has a lot more to do with somebody actually dying. That has a whole lot more to do with how a person weighs out their decisions in life, and let them not be only judged by the brain, but by the heart. The heart is what judges everything, what weighs everything. That's what I think the symbolism itself represents.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of, it got something to do with too. I think that the people, because you gotta think about it, like even if we talk, let's say we talk religious for a second, every time in the Bible they always say when the heart must control your will. To me, this is my opinion. The heart must got something to do with your will, because
I'm agreeing with that.
Because he said he hardened Pharaoh's heart, which that was a fucked up thing. Why would you try to tell, you going to tell these people to tell your people to let your people go, and then you harden his heart so he can't let them go? What kind of God do something like that? Hey,
well,
why you need
niggas do it every day.
Niggas
do it every day.
Go ahead.
For an example, my grandmother's heart was soft before I brought that book in her house, and then my Uncle Dono came in as a god, said a few words to my grandmother and hardened it, and she kicked me and the book out. It's just that simple. Somebody was speaking in the Pharaoh's ear, which was the vizier, the advisor. The advisor was telling the Pharaoh, hey man, you know what's gonna happen as soon as you let these niggas go. They're gonna be wanting land, they're gonna be wanting half of everything, and we can't afford it. Right now, we kind of low on this, that, this, and the other. The accountant come to me and told me the numbers is down. So then when he told him that, it was like, hold on, wait a minute, Ahmos, Thutmose, wait a minute. How about another half a year? And Moses is like, oh hell no, you already said I could come get them niggas. I'm just giving you a scenario so you can understand.
You're right. Hey, that's good. That's good.
You can harden a man's heart by whispering in his ear and telling him something that he probably shouldn't be doing, with a cold heart, he can do it with a warm heart. You can warm a person's heart by saying, hey man, don't sweat that stuff, man. Let it go, man, so you can get past it. Learn from it. That's something somebody would say to warm your heart, but somebody to harden your heart to say, hey man, that dude shot at your grandmama, my G. Let's go get this nigga. And then your heart hardens, you jump right on in the car, y'all go shoot up a man's house and kill 3 babies. So you know what I mean? Your heart can be hardened by each other. We are the ones that the Bible really is talking about when it says the gods is saying the advisors are the wizards. They always spoke for, you know, the rulers and kings to help them make decisions and help them judge, because sometimes their hearts would be leading all the way to the left, all the way to the, you know, the dark ignorant side of life, or all the way to the positive, and then the vizier has to balance the king or pharaoh's heart so that the whole kingdom doesn't fall. That's an opinion of mine, just an opinion.
No, that's good. I like that. So would you say that the spirit is connected with the heart? Because like the heart, like they always say, follow your heart, go with your heart. He broke my heart. You know what I'm saying? He like somebody fall in love. I wear my heart on my sleeve. So is the spirit connected to the heart? And does the spirit has a big does the spirit and the heart go hand in hand, man? To me, that's what I think. I can say to me, mind. What you say? Go ahead.
It has to be. It's connected to the heart, but I don't want you to leave the brain out. You got to understand.
That's right.
There's the electricity that goes in through the nose through breathing in static throughout the air to keep everything charged inside you. Without that electricity or that static that you breathe in through the nostrils creates more friction for the body to be charged off electricity. So breathing deeply and breathing fast and often charges the body up even greater. That's why when cats get mad and they start running through walls and breaking stuff, it's because they didn't picked up breathing. And then the breathing be just go, it starts out slow and gets fast and deep. And then you start seeing him heat up, his eyes turn and bloodshot red. And now he's ready to destroy something. You can do the same thing with the same energy when it comes to putting hands on somebody and healing them. You don't have to always charge up to destroy, charge up to heal. You'll feel a little weak afterwards, but you know where your energy went. You see what I'm saying? That's another way. We got to learn how to do this with your fingertips, and you know, learning how to areas of the spinal cord where the nerves are, and then you'll learn how to put energy into a person just through putting hands on them. Martial artists learn how to do this in other ways, you know, but it's still the same art, but it's just manipulated in different ways. That's because the heart is connected to the blood, and the blood has what flowing through it? Electricity, and there's memory in the blood. So I would say it's connected to the spirit too, and the blood is connected to the soul, because the heart would be like the soul center, and then the brain, to me, is like your sense, your science, your thinker, the thing that leads to shit. It's the computer, man. I don't like to claim the body to be me, personally, you know, but it needs these motors and these other skills in order to get around. So I'm agreeing with you that without the engine or the motor, the central computer is not operating and needs something to keep it going. But
so the
you
power
can be
source
brain
is the
dead
air, though,
and not heart dead.
Hey, to me, man, you just when you just talking, all the stuff that you said before, it made it more clear to me about the breath. The breath is really like it's the source. It's the energy that keep you. It's the source that because your heart need oxygen to pump. Your brain, your heart, it pumps the blood because your blood every 4 hours, your blood in your brain changes out. It's a certain amount of blood in your brain that the heart pump to your brain to change it out. And then when I was imagining what you were saying about the electricity in the brain that's going from the receptors, right? That's information. That's actually it's actually you. That's actually you, that the electricity, and that electricity is created by that air. So that makes most sense to why we all one, because we all breathe in the same air.
Thank you. Man, if bombs can go off right now, god dang it. The whole world needs to know this so that it can stop going, I'm joining this religion, I'm joining that one. If we all breathe in the same daggone air, then we all going back to the same place, which is in air. It's that simple.
I see it
Thank
clear
you,
there.
thank you, thank you.
And I see it real clear because, okay, when we breathing, that air goes like that. The whole body is nothing. And you already said this already on a prior tape, but
Go ahead, my brother.
it just became more clear to me because I'm visualizing it as you saying it. So I'm thinking like, okay, when we breathing in, if we all breathing the same damn air, that means that whatever's in this air makes up us as a whole. But everybody want to be individuals. Everybody want to say, "Oh, I'm this, oh, I'm that." Like you just said, they say they
Right.
this religion, that religion. Nigga,
Let me
our
add
religion
some more
should be
flavor.
breathing. That should be
Okay.
our religion should be breathing. Go ahead.
That's what it always has been. That's what niggas don't understand. The names confuse people. The people doing what they do always have to pay homage to the breath. How could you not? It's the one thing day to day you got to be thankful for. It's the one thing day to day people don't even think about, but constantly have access to. You don't have to think about breathing. It's just somebody knocks the what? Wind out of you. And you can't say nothing when you're somebody that hit you in the gut and pushed on the button. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm trying to show you.
No, go
Not
ahead.
tell. I'm
Hey,
not
hey,
telling
build on
you.
that because
I don't
maybe
want to be
maybe people
demanding
didn't
on
hear
it
it last
in
time, but maybe they
authority.
seeing it now. They be talking about the different because like the
Well,
5 major organs, even the
yeah.
lungs
And
play a part in this.
think about how many different zones on the planet produce a different type of air to breathe. And then think about that when you associate air with consciousness, conscience. You see, they think different because of where they've been what? Dropped off. The air drops you off. Why you think they had a bird, the crane, carrying, or the stork carrying the baby in a sack, flying through air and then delivering the baby? Did anybody ever catch what that was about? We're being delivered through air. All the star seeds come in from out of the beyond the exosphere of the planet in through those particle means. Otherwise, they would not be able to phase through or vibrate through the ozone layer because they'd be reflected and contrasted or contracted backwards. They'd have to go backwards. So they're allowed to come in whenever there's a opening presented. If there's clouds up there blocking everything out, then none of the light can really come in. It gets reflected. And then what you see is the reflection of the light off the many particles, and it forms is the rainbow. That's us, family. The different colors of light that manifest in different colors of air to breathe down here, and different gases. Every last gas has a color to it. You just have to bring that gas into liquid form through experiments of chemistry. You can figure this out. You bring a gas down into liquid form and then it takes on a color, or you start to see the color. And what does water do as a clarity? It refracts light, which means to separate it or make it more visible. You see, when you leave out the refraction of light, which is where light would exist in, the triple blackness of space, you won't be able to see too much light. You'll just see whatever it is that gives light glowing. And the energy, the things that are visible become different. So I've been explaining it for a while. We are the particles that grow into existence, from particle all the way to semen, all the way into a baby body, to a grown adult body, to an old body. And then you start to deteriorate and break down like an old mountain, and you blow in the winds so it can start all over again. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. But those of us that are spiritual enough to elevate back to the solar degrees, that we can get off the planet and go where we want mentally. That's how we're going to travel. You know how when you in your dream and you are having a nightmare, it's because somebody planted a seed there for a nightmare to grow out of. And you got to learn how to dig a nightmare up by the roots, because seeds grow up and down. They don't just grow up. And you got to make sure the nutrients is in both the root and the fruit. You got to make sure it is. Otherwise, they'll never learn how man can be considered God in the flesh. How the Messiah, any of us that knows this, is considered like Jesus, not in the aspect of religion paints, but in the aspect that we have what it takes to fix problems. That's what makes us saviors or messengers or cleaner up of messes, which is why the witches fly around with brooms. Most people don't think about that. Your witch is a wizard as well. That's why they called the dude in the bush the witch doctor. And he knew exactly which bush would doctor your wounds. This is exactly what we're talking about here. In essence, we're particles. You move on waves, and every word that comes out of my mouth and anybody else's mouth is an offering to the air. So make sure your offering is a benevolent one. What you speak into the air is an offering to the air, because it goes up as carbon dioxide, which feeds the plants. The plants receive your offering and they give you oxygen. And then in return, you can receive messages that come in from what? Sunlight through your what? Vegetables, because they feed off a process of photosynthesis. We do too. That's why it's essential for Nubian people to eat their vegetables, so you can get a little bit more neurons firing off in the brain and open up your nostrils, open up your chest, and you breathe when you run and you stride, and you do all of that while the sun is shining real hot, so it can just burn up toxins in the body. Now, I ain't asking for nobody with bad lungs to strike out and do this tomorrow, but try it. When you get sick, try it. When you got the energy, go jog. If you can't do a half a mile, do a quarter mile or whatever. If you can't do a quarter mile, do at least 10% of the mile and then walk the rest of it. But always sweat and breathe and practice your breathing while you step. And the air itself will be healing you while the sun is healing you as well. And then you go in the house and then you put a little bit of that water molecule in you, and that helps speed up the what? Electrical vibration of what we've been talking about, spirit. And after you speed up the electrical vibration of the spirit, healing takes place. Mucus starts coming out of every orifice of the body. Dead cells, they got to go. You wash them off your body. So if you wash dead cells off your body, you being a particle, a part I call L, right, would be right here on the planet, helping the planet wash her body or its body. Whether you want to call it androgynous, male or female, or whatever. I'm not trying to change anybody's perception of what they think the planet is. I'm just letting you know there's actual thing like purity in nature. So when you study the natural aspects of existence, you learn to figure it all out. If your brain can start fathoming how it works, then you'll understand what order everything goes in. I've been watching nature for quite some time now, and that only quite some time would only be like 2 or 3 years, and very visibly and close and studying. But when I was a child, I just observed like all the rest of us and learned what I learned in science class and whatnot. But I was a nature boy. So I always like to observe the little stuff, the small stuff around here. You get to see the spirit moving through bees, through like we talked about, the insects, everything else that moves is part of the universal spirit that I'm speaking about, that the quantum field is like the all. So everything is feeding everything else from the quantum field. The minute the quantum field is toxic and poison, you got to ask yourself how you toxic and poison you poison it with toxic thoughts. Okay? So it's very essential that people think positive in this day and time when you're breathing in and breathing out. See? Because your carbonated charge can be positive or negative. And then the trees take that in, you see? So there's an exchange that we got to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, as they say. We got to look at all angles of it. When you look at the left, right, up, and the down, then you're looking at it from the top down, which is the map view, which is what I call the bird's eye view. The map view is the bird's eye view. That's actually the view of the clouds too. And we came down from the clouds as particles, so we can see things from that view also, if you learn how to close your eyes and go into that type of thinking with the inner eye. You can see it with the inner eye, because then you take your vision back into the air. It's a reason why you see darkness. You only see light because you have windows to the body called eyes. Okay? Eyes, clarity, clear things refract light. So it allows the light to shoot in through the eye in cone fashion and come out the other side of the eyeball in cone fashion and then project something inward to the eye and the mind. That is astral projection coming in. Then when you astral project leaving, you have to close your mind and use the electrical current of the brain to shoot yourself through breathing out of the body into the quantum field so you can experience what the particles are experiencing, which is individual. They got their light, they glow, but there's darkness within this light that you see. There's darkness in it. That's why when you when you pass, the only light you're gonna see is the light you can conjure up from your memories. You're not gonna be passing into something that you don't have control of. You see? Otherwise, you'll be burdened down to the ground where the collection takes place and you become something down there on the ground. And no telling what kind of experiences you'll go through as a molecule if your family doesn't pick you up. That's why we like to be around our families when we pass and our last breath exits the body. You don't want to be around somebody else's hands. People like to be at home. I want to die right here at the house, on the couch or in the bed. You don't want to be out there in the streets, because then the people that killed you, they represent the demons that breathe in your energy when you try to get back up. The suction cups of their breath is sucking you in. This is a visual that I'm giving from my perspective. I don't want nobody to think that everything I'm saying is emphatically true. Like, man, this is how I'm thinking about it. This is my view of it, and I'm sharing it. So I don't want nobody to go, man, where is he getting it from? I'm thinking, family. That's what I'm doing. Just using the power of thought that is given to me to explain this stuff. That's it. I don't want nobody going, this dude is studying all day. I do study, but I don't always study by reading. I study by observing more. I learn a lot from paying attention to the small little details in nature. And you can learn just about everything about this planet. Just small, minute details. That's why I had to take everybody into the electron microscope that the Mukasu, Tamahu, Caucasian created. Because it's to me, that's a miracle. That electron microscope is a miracle. If you got one of those, you can see what I'm talking about visibly with the windows of the body. And then you can show your children, look, this is why mommy don't want you rolling around on the carpet. Because you see this being right here with all these eyes and legs. Well, you can't see him with your regular eyes. You can only see him through this electron microscope. And I want you to stay clean, baby. And babies will grow up going, man, I don't want none of that on me. I'm taking a bath all the time. And then your water bill will be sky high. So you got to be careful about how you project the fear into your children when you teach them. Don't teach them through fear, teach them through reasoning is what I would say. But yeah, I mean, I hope I didn't talk way too past the point that breath is everything for us.
No, you got on point.
I'm telling you, breath, hot breath, cool breath, whatever you're doing with your breath, you're doing with solar particles. You eat enough flesh, what happens to your breath? Smell like you didn't, got a dead body in you. And that dead body essence will be coming out of the breath into the air. Think about this, family. These are just things I think about. I'm putting it out there. If you're air and I'm air, then everything is taking place in air, and everything that thinks is out of air still needs it. Straight up. You need air just for water to be on this planet. And it's a form of water, they say anyway, so water has to be a form of air too. You need it to collect, and down here, you need the wind as an electrical static energy, static on a macro scale, electricity. That's why they say electricity's in the air. You can raise your antenna at the home, or let's put it like this. You're trying to create some electricity at home. You know what Benjamin Franklin or Big Benjamin Bay was using, the kite and the key theory, was to let you know that there is electricity at certain levels of height in the air that you can pick up on. It wouldn't, if it wasn't, it wouldn't be no need for them to have towers in every city. It wouldn't be no need. All the electricity would be on the ground, low, which is where it is too. It's also in the dirt. They call it piezo or piezoelectricity. When you can get electricity from pressure, that's the spirit of the planet. It operates through pressure. The spirit of the planet operates through pressure, because when you stomp on the ground, you're shooting electricity in the ground. It's just a spiritual form of electricity when you stomp barefooted, as our African ancestors used to do. They would stomp on the ground when they did their dances and beat the drum, because the effects of the drum percussion would also beat into the ground, the dust. All of that sending signals into the plant. The plant life is giving it electricity. It's giving the ground a jolt of electricity into the nervous system of the planet, letting the planet know, hey, we need crops here. We need vegetables. We need it to rain here. You send a little smoke up into the air, but you send a type of smoke. You burn a specific type of plant, create enough smoke that's carried into the air and the particles as a gift. And then when you tunnel it straight up to the clouds, which is, when you have to dance around it, and then you have to fan it into the center, like our Native American ancestors used to do. As they chanted and jumped around the fire, they would send up the smoke signals, smoke stacks, right, to our ancestors, or to the heavenly ones that could provide rain from the cloud sphere. They would have caused clouds to accumulate like chemtrails do, but they were burning plants as an offering. You see, a plant that produces a chemical that causes another chemical exchange once it gets into the cloud realm, and then that can collect and bring down some rain. But it was science, higher science. Science of what they call the gods, But everybody on this planet is a god in their own right, whether you're a baby god or an elder god. You're growing in the all. The all is all there is in the first place. So we would all be what? Emotions of the all, or perspective of the all, the visions and the movement of the all in the third density, as individuals, like grains of sand on a beach. See, without us, all you got is one grain of sand. You got one of us, one grain of sand, two of us, two grains of sand. But all of us on the planet, we make the whole beach. And every grain of sand on the beach is not brown. Some of it's black, some of it's, pale white. And, the color black is really like a dark brown. It's an infused color. Black is like fusion. White is refraction. Black is fusion. It brings in the light, so therefore it brings in the information. If it's bringing in the information, then the blacker your skin, or the darker your skin, the more copper colored your skin is, the more electrified your body is, because in order to conduct electricity, you need copper wire, don't you? So let's associate the copper wire with the copper skin of the Nubian, and then associate the hair, the strands of hair on the body, as either antennas to receive, and then that goes into the body. The skin is the largest organism on the body, and then you got your large organism in the brain and the intestines on the inside of the body, muscle tissues and all this. This is a network of systems that take place to drive one vehicle called you, me, we, us, the whole family. And knowing that you're the breath, put good things out into it. Don't always be speaking ill of somebody behind their quote unquote face or behind their back. In front of their back. Go ahead, big brother.
Hey man, I can add something right there. Hey man, you cracking my head, man, because I'm everything you saying, I'm visualizing it, right? And you done told me this shit before, but it's like I'm seeing a whole nother level to it now. And I've been thinking about what you just was saying, man. So okay, the spirit is in the air. We already know this. I'm just repeating it for myself right now. When we breathe out carbon, and they always talk about carbon copies. Like, so every time we breathe out, we giving out for record of our thoughts.
Yes.
in that carbon. Our thoughts is being recorded in that carbon dioxide that we give
Yes.
out. Oh man, you cracking my head. Go ahead. I just want to add that because it's like, man, it's all I'm seeing it. I'm
I'm
visualizing
so
what you're
glad.
saying.
Trust me, man,
Man,
when I
so
started visualizing like this,
mhm,
bro, it brought me to tears because I
mhm.
knew it was going to be a struggle to teach people this on a certain level
Man, it's a
without
high level shit.
people got to understand this. Every teacher came to bring a degree for a reason, okay? To get you to a certain point to where you could be the cleaner up
Mhm.
of the messes, which makes you a messiah. You have to know how to fix the world's problems, the earth's problems, the planet's problems, your people's problems, your family's problems, your problems. You got to learn how to fix all of that stuff, and that right there is how you help the all fix itself. There's This stuff is going on just about every planet that hasn't reached a benevolent ascension. So it has to be done so every planet in this sector close to us can reach it. There's planets where there's beings which are in the form of bodies, but they come from what? Those gases that I'm talking about, the particle states. They come from those quantum states into these bodies so that they can overthrow territories with whatever they feed off of. Quite naturally speaking, a lot of people feed off of different things. There's different energies that give you the body motivation to move. Moving the spirit in a pep rally right before a football game is exactly one of them. Cheerleaders, they get the football team riled up to go out there and knock some heads off, but they're not giving them the energy to rile up to go out there and ask everybody what's wrong with them and start giving them mental therapy. They're not giving them that energy. So in order for them to give them that energy to destroy, they have to crank up the volume and they have to hit you with loud banging frequencies. That's why they always got to have a band, because they want everybody on that football field, and I'm gonna say field one more time, field, because anytime you see the word field is relative to anything quantum. Quantum field, football field. Beings on the football field respond and behave exactly the same way beings respond in some form of quantum field, because there's particles in a quantum field behaving the same way. They're running into each other, crash, crash, trying to get through each other, trying to get past to the other side of something. And then you got the watchers of that energy that conceal it. This stuff is going on in the air on a consistent basis all the time around us, but it's hard for us to perceive because our ideas are being twisted and directed by other beings that know that what I'm saying is real. They'll use it against you and they'll use it to help you. The ones that use it to help you are here to balance out the energies on the planet to being more positive. The ones that are here to hurt you, you'll know because you'll eventually want to hurt something. It'll just play out in you. So you got to guard your energy nowadays, become very stoic, if you will, at how you perceive things mentally, so that you don't be out there just causing havoc and harming somebody because the music that you had bumping in your car was telling you to shoot a nigga, and you don't even know why you had your gun on you in the car, but it was there because there's the energy of fear in your brain. Fear is with you constantly, so you keep the gun with you because the gun is the equalizer for you and your fear. You don't have the same pressure strength that a bullet has, so you need that gun, right? So you'll keep that on you, and we'll remind ourselves constantly, I don't want to die, and that's why you got the gun, because you're afraid of death, not of the person that can send you there. The person that can send you there is probably being triggered by that air I told you about, that sixth ether air that the master teacher taught us about. There's 9 conscious gases. So there's 6 conscious gases that are too heavy to reach the other 9 heights. 6 levels of conscious gases controlling your thoughts. But there's 3 higher ones that control all the higher senses. Those 3 higher ones, and they're all, to me, I looked at the periodic table of elements. I would say the noble gases are most relative, and they say there's 6 of those. So you got to understand, somewhere in that 6, they gave birth to 3 higher levels at some point, in creation or existence. I don't like to use the word creation because it implies something had to start somewhere. And I think we did as dust in the air. So it'll tell you in the Bible that a man was created from the dust of the earth, but they don't let you that the dust doesn't come from earth. It settles here. It's in the air, family. It doesn't come from the earth. It's pushed up out of the hot molten lava of volcanoes. That's how islands got bigger. You see, and then once the volcano is died out, they say it's not pushing out enough fire anymore, no lava. So that means the land mass that it accumulated over time through eruptions, now it's complete. And then the next thing that happens after the volcano creates the land is the shift of the tectonic plates. And then you'll see other islands, because this is a continuous type of thing. It's a system. You start off as small, grow into big. The volcano represents a small island within itself. See? And they also cone shape, vortex shape, designed for energy to be received into the planet. And then when you see that molten lava explosion, it's like it's giving back to what gave to it. It's not really a destructive thing. Nothing in our existence is really meaning to be destructive. It's just going through a learning process. Every baby is considered destructive until you guide them into what? Not falling off the stairs and busting their head. Not trying to jump out the window when you live 3 stories up. Not trying to run into the street. You got to teach them this stuff, otherwise, out of curiosity, they will destroy themselves. They don't mean to. They're just what? Steering the ship with the will that they have to move it. And then they learn everything else from watching mommy and daddy's spirit move throughout the house, which is why we got to keep the arguments down. And we got to keep the lust images down. Rubbing your wife in front of your boys, they're going to be rubbing somebody else's daughter real quick, and it's going to cause somebody else to be pissed. But you got to, if you teach them visibly like this, then teach them the outcomes. Always give your child the outcomes so that you steer their spirit in a good way growing up. They stay balanced. Don't ever just look at something for what you can get. Look at after you get it, then what? And then after that, then what? And then you can keep your spirit moving through life, learning and collecting data, so that when you actually give up what they call the ghost in your last breath, you take all this data, information into the air with you again with noted corrections for the all. And then there's another body that can get this, part of the particles or the information or energy that this being collected, because they can't take it all with them, which is why when you get old, you start losing your mind. You start losing your brain. And then you start just remembering how it all started. That's the life flashing before your eyes. My grandmother experienced it. A lot of our grandparents do. When they get ready to give up their last breath, the light flashes before the eyes every day. They got to reminisce and see it all every day. And then when they see you, they don't know what time period they in, and they be looking at you with what a disease, they call it Alzheimer's. Now, well, niggas been getting Alzheimer's since you had a human brain. At some point, it's going to leave with the essence it carries, the electrical vibe it has. As soon as you stop breathing, the electrical charge will go out, and the blood in your veins also starts to coagulate and dry up. Then you decompress like a straw that ain't got no openings on both ends after somebody done sucked the air out of it. You see? And then the vacuum of your body compresses, which ain't nothing but a black hole that contains you in the first place. You spit you out of the mouth and you go back into the air. Air backwards is ray. Ray is what? Waves. And how do particles travel? On waves. Which is why when you see a person across the street, you wave. Before you say hi, to be yelling, so you don't send a loud vibration, you send a wave as soon as they make eye contact, because their gaze upon your gaze is also a wave. It's also a wave. I want to know if anybody has yet to study quantum physics. Those that do know that what I'm talking about is undeniable. Those that don't will argue just about every point I made with prophets, preachers, Jesus, and different messiahs and different gods. And you'll still be saying what I'm saying. You just don't know it yet.
True. Hey, to me, hey, man, as you talking, man, like a whole bunch, my shit just like I'm having a whole bunch of explosions. I'm
That's
putting it
good.
together.
Big
I'm hearing,
bangs.
I'm hearing this. Now I'm really grasping the air part of it. Okay, so the air, the electricity is in the air. That's how the when the lightning come down and all that, right? Then you have the
Indeed.
ground. You have the ground. The ground, like in a when you hooking something up, they got power to it. It got a ground wire, a remote wire, and a power wire. And the like
Indeed.
when I was welding, and the electric welding, I had to hook something to the ground, the earth, to connect it, right? All right, then it's giving off when it's welding, it's giving off carbon. Now, from what I come up with based on what you're saying, I'm taking in the air. All right, that air is creating electricity in my brain. That electricity is the information that's flowing in the brain. Then when I breathe out, I'm giving off a carbon copy of my brain information through the air, right? So like whatever I'm thinking, and you already said all this, I'm just putting it into my own words. So whatever
No,
I'm
I'm glad
thinking at
you
the
are.
time, whatever I'm thinking at the time, when I breathe out, it's recorded in that carbon. So if I'm thinking negative energy is going out in the carbon. That's why you get a whole bunch of niggas that's thinking negative. They can influence you because that carbon is in the air where you at. And
That's
if they
right.
thinking negative, whatever they thinking on their brain, and man, that's fucking deep. So like I was listening to this tape. I was listening to this tape today, this Jeru tape, right? And the dude was saying they had machines that can read people's thoughts. And I was thinking to myself, how does that work? But now I know how it worked. Now I know how it worked based on what you saying. They because all these waves is going through the air with the carbon. All these waves is in the air. So they can pick up on those brain waves with that machine. They can pick up on the carbon. The information is in the carbon. So you can, that's why you can say, oh, like you could be thinking the same thing as somebody else without them thinking it. This is how we get our telepathic energy, our telepathic abilities back too. It's dealing with the air. It's dealing with breathing in, and when somebody think and then they breathe out, because you every second you breathing in and out, right? Every certain amount of seconds. So when they breathing out with that whatever's in that carbon information, you can breathe it in and you can pick up on it and take it into your brain, and then you can pick up on their brain waves and their thoughts. So that's how I believe the
It's called
telepathic energy works.
telepathy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was agreeing with you on. It's called telepathy. See, tele is the distance something moves across. It's like a measurement of the waves. Tele, okay, TELE, and then you got path. Path is another name for patah. Am I correct?
That's
Right.
right. That's right.
So there has to be intellect in the air that you breathe that gives you the scientific ability of patah. It's the same thing with Tahuti and all the other netters that I've been telling. I'm teaching people this is how the netters got into the body. Netters are the natures, and there's an animal head for most of us as a tribe of beings back then in those times to describe our natures. The natures were how does the brain process information, because there's all the animals types here as well processing information out the air that live on land too. See, that's why they say you shouldn't eat every meat. There's only a selected type of meat they want you to eat when you're the Muslims and Hebrews and different types of different religions or different ways of life. They teach you certain structures of diet and eating because those people come from a zone where you needed to eat that way to survive at that point in what they call time or that moment. But it's not always going to be that way. See, the end of the world is simply out with the old, in with the new. New what? Way of thinking. out with the old way of thinking, in with the new way of thinking. Okay, so you have to manipulate the air in order to get this done. And how is it done? Through airwaves of radio, okay, television, all right, concerts, events with loudspeakers, using sound waves to push particles to bond together, and then they carry all of the vibration from the noise through the air waves, and then somebody somewhere in another state is breathing and they can hear this going on in their head, and they're going, man, I was singing this song earlier today and I don't know how it was on my mind, but I don't know where it comes from, is usually what we say, but it comes from the air. It's traveling from somewhere else to you, from another time to you. If it's from the 1980s and somebody play it on the radio, right? And you end up singing an 80s song in another state, it's traveling through the airwaves. It's not just playing in one car, it's playing in hundreds of cars, thousands of cars at once. So it's going to be on your mind. This is how they control the brain. This is how they move your spirit and my spirit. This is how they do it. If you don't understand this works this way, then you're still going to be swaying the way they want you to in existence. And then you won't get the most out of living. You'll just be scared your whole life, because they pump fear and nothing but fear in the air and through the television. You see the sound waves. The pastors is blasting it in the church. Everybody's blasting fear. Be very afraid. Afraid of what? Of being part of the air? Afraid of that? Afraid that I'm a particle? That eventually I'm gonna lose this starship I'm driving? You know how selfish of me to want to stay in just this one body and never experience any other. And if it means that I have to give up all the information I've gained in this body to move on to another, in another planet, another galaxy, one that maybe I haven't experienced before, you crazy. I'm not giving that experience up for this one. I'll let this one go gladly so the all can calculate what the problems were and give those problems to where? My children, so that they can fix what I couldn't fix, because that's how their blood is going to be activated by the electricity that they breathe in. It will charge the blood, and as it charges the blood, okay, and not only that, the books they read, the music they listen to, if they like a person's voice and they're vibing to that person's or attracted to that person's frequency or tone of voice, that's also a form of attracting more spiritual intelligence. He'll gain all of that and then make corrections for you that you couldn't make while you were alive, and so on and so forth. This will go on and on and on and on. They say you can't know God until you be born again. Well, how are you going to be born again if you ain't having no babies and you don't die? How? You got to pass on from your body first to experience the Almighty, the air, to be actually within it as one with it. Right now on the ground, we're one with it, but we're attached to the ground magnetically. Okay? There's a reason for that. You get high enough in intelligence, you'll understand why. Bodies just flying around in the air? Not yet. Cats got to be really ready for that. And this is one of the starts of it from my perspective. I'm not going to tell you, hey, man, I learned this from such and such. Nah, I learned how to think from learning from the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York. Gave me a brain. And I've used my brain intelligently to acquire information that's very important for us all, not just important for me. It's important to the us, the we, the our, right? The our as in H-O-U-R, our, and our as in H-O or O-U-R, our, is still ours. Either way. You want to know who the man of the second half of the hour is? It's all you Harus, all you messiahs out there that Baba done taught. He taught you. Now it's your half of the hour to do what he taught and be what he taught. That's what half of the hour it is. I'm not the only Nuwapian brother that says that. Paul Musbatu's channel, they said, the brother said it on there too earlier this last week. So they're aware of it. We all got to be aware of it too. Me, young elder, 12th elder, the 11th elder, any ancestor we have with us, Brother Hightower, all of us are here, and we are breathing the very air that our ancestors breathed out into when they passed in the past. So when we tell people, hey, I'm Kabesanufa, I'm Haru, I'm this, I'm that, this is the essence. We belong to the bloodline of those beings, is what we're saying. And when y'all go, who told y'all that? It came to us spiritually, mentally. And I don't want to be spooky, which is why I explained we're particles. I explained that so you can take the spookism out of praying. When you pray, you send a positive vibrational note into the particles, and those particles accumulate in cares. They get delivered. They get delivered to another brain that can help you. So a person will normally show up to help you after you've prayed for help. It'll come in the form of another person because they know you need help in the physical third dimension. So they have to send a third dimensional angel your way, which is somebody that chooses to respond to the positive thoughts that come from the air. Am I sounding too spooky? This is how the angelic beings move for us.
Correct. Ila mutajasid.
Thank you. They'll find one, and that one will come in and make it all clear. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Q. Says because if you move on your spirit will pick it up. Like you could be driving and all of a sudden you have come in your head, go help that brother. Stop. You know what I'm saying? And you'll feel guilty sometimes if you don't respond when it comes. It happens. It happened to me. You start feeling guilty. I should have turned around. You know what I'm saying? I'm letting the world that I didn't answer the call. Now, a lot of us don't answer the call right when at the time. And then I'm sitting there thinking about, I said, I saw that brother. I saw him sitting down. I knew I was the one I could go check on him, check on that brother, you know what I'm saying? But when you respond to the call, right, and see that, and you meet that brother, you could change his life. And he'll always remember you. He said, he'll ask you, what made you stop? You know what I'm saying? And I said, my spirit told me to stop. But like you said, that ties into what you're saying, Q. That's all I want to add.
And that, brothers and sisters, is the reality of what I was just speaking on. And it takes your awareness of what you've always known from the books a little higher. Now you understand the essence of these books, these spiritual books. They're trying to guide you back to the recognizing of the essence that you are. See? And then after that, because where does the air come from? All of the charge that it's getting is coming from the sun. Sun's putting that charge out. And we have more than one sun. So you got to look at all the suns. Are all the planets suns, used to be suns, or about to be suns? Because they could potentially, like the pawn on the chessboard, reach the other side and turn into that sun, which is an ascension and an elevation for the organism called Earth, Ki, Tiamat, Terra. It's an organism. It's living, breathing, having an experience the same way we are, has a mental plane that we're all a part of right now because we're helping the planet. That's exactly what we're doing here as particles, helping this planet heal, because there's other planets to go to after this as solar light photon particles. Every planet we go to, we collect energy, which is data for the all. Some people like to call the all a big old computer. That's because they think the word computer is as old as the word all, and it's not. The word computer is a modern word. Without the all, you would not have been able to come up with a word called compute without the all. Words can't even describe the vastness and greatness of the quantum field, family. Words cannot do it. So I can only speak in the simplistic of fashions, in the simplest of fashions, when I'm trying to give an explanation for it, so that even a teenager can understand what I'm saying. The more killing you put out into the air, the more villains are being born. The more negative ideas you put out in the air, the more negative thinking children will be born. And then you'll have the few in between that are messiahs that come in to clean the mess, and they end up getting beat up by the negative energies that you manifested into physical form, which are their brothers and sisters, because they call that person weak. You soft, you weak, beat him up. Tell mom it was his fault. He just takes the blame for everything. Why? Because later on in his life, he ain't gonna go through none, no pain, no pressure. There's a reason why the all is giving it to him early. Because if the all gave it to the wicked ones early, they'd crack. And by crack, I mean they'd be in the mental nut house, not knowing what to do with their lives because they couldn't handle discipline.
Facts.
But that humble child can handle it because they're soft, meaning like a sponge. They absorb. Okay? What happens when a hard sponge absorbs water? It softens up. In your life, as you go from hard to soft, you will begin to be wiser, more smarter, not neglecting your hardness, your firmness. See, look at it. I'm gonna put your human body in the perspective of a scrub pad that you use to clean your bathroom. It dries out, don't it? And when it dries out, it shrivels up and gets real small. But when you pour water on it, it fluffs up and expands. And the hard side does all the hard scrubbing. So sometimes you as a being need a hard side to do the hard scrubbing. But don't forget to absorb the water, which is the knowledge and wisdom to be soft. Absorb. But you don't keep absorbing. You see, you absorb what the body can handle, and then you squeeze out what the body holds, and you maintain softness for a while. Over time, you'll dry out and get hard again. This is exactly how day to day is going for most of us as air, spongy, soft beings with a hard rock bone. We need nothing but pieces of this earth, the small pieces bounded together so that this is where the Most High can meet in the third through these bodies, moving all of us to figure out equations and calculate. Let me give you an old proverb. This is not one I made up. This is one that everybody should know, though. When you get done playing a game of chess, the king and the pawns go back into the same box. So don't ever think because you're a king, you're above the pawn. Keep that in perspective when you're treating people a certain way. And that should help you when you're out here doing kind to people and you don't think just because you did kind to somebody like I used to get upset when I opened the door because my random acts of kindness know no bounds. I'm constantly doing it. You know, I'm constantly doing it. I don't have to know you, but if you behind me walking in the building, I'm gonna hold that door open for you and your family. My family could go in first and I'll still be holding the door for everybody's family. You see, I ain't gonna let you walk over me like a doormat. I'm gonna eventually get one of the young bloods to hold the door, and if they let it slam on somebody, that's their fault. I did something, that's just how I think. But if I got mad at everybody that walked past me and didn't say thank you or excuse me or anything like that, then I wouldn't be doing it for the right reasons. And the right reasons help make me lighter and softer. And once you do that for one person throughout the day, the positive energy, you spread it from yourself to that person. They might have went in there mad, but when you opened the door for them, it was all right for that moment. You got to think about it. A moment. Shoot. I'm not going to keep running my mouth, man. Somebody else want to put some light on.
Hey, shout out to the brother Antonio Norris for the donation, $10 donation.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Man, we really touched on some stuff tonight, man. Cause when you sending good energy out, then this breathing thing, man, this breathing thing. I know you've been stressing it for about like the last year or two, at breathing, but it might have went over a lot of people's head because the spirit is the breath, and that's what we're talking about tonight, the spirit, right? And so, man, this breathing part though, this breathing plays a big part. even the carbon, you know, like you just said a minute ago, the plants take in the carbon. So if we breathe, if we doing thinking negative and breathing out the carbon with negative energy, the plants dying out. The plants can die from that negative energy. And we killing, like, that's how the plants are one of our sources of life on the planet. So we study breathing, we got all these knuckleheads thinking negative, and like, because I watched that show you talking about 215, the Snowfall. That's a good show. It's got a lot of bad, like, negative stuff in it, but it's like a good series, you know. They dragging it out where it's real long, like it's real slow, but the episodes, but man, when I watch it, man, I feel like I had a whole bunch of keys in my house just by watching it. I was like, man, I feel nervous just by watching this shit.
Right.
Like, so it's like they moving us, right? The energy, man, they're sending out this energy. And sometimes that's why I say you got to clean your mind. So how do we, like, with the air, this is what I'm question I want to ask you, with the air and thinking positive and everything, with the breathing the air, how do we cleanse our mind to breathe out the positive air, the positive carbon? You know what I'm saying?
Your brain is cleaned out through you being around other positive energy as well, to take in positive, magnetism, which is influence. They influence you, your friends, because they can have you doing something you wouldn't do. It'd be out of your character, but you'd be doing it to be in a certain character just to hang around them. Some people have friends that they consider friends that are friends for good scenarios, like fighting, going to war, but they're not good for other scenarios. You see, they're only good for helping protect you. Those are the friends that you don't have to spend all your time around, because they'll have you doing what they do. So you got to even your time out. Not saying they can't be your friend. They just have to be on the chessboard and on their proper square. And if you're the king, you don't use that brother or that sister in that way unless you're using your ego when you need them now, because it's selfish to call on another person's life to aid you in yours, to me, from my perspective, okay? However, that friend is good for that. But you have to know that in your mind. You have to know, I ain't the one that can pull the trigger and kill this guy. I'm not the one that can, see the sight of blood and be easy. You see, so you let somebody else handle that aggression, and you never put it like this: if that's your friend, and there's somebody that both of y'all dislike, the person got murdered, and they going to retaliate on behalf of the murder, you don't jump in the car with that brother. You let him know you frustrated too, but you get ready to make a different decision. If he call you all kinds of punks and pussies and whatever negative word or curse word he can come up with, it's only because he's afraid to do it without you, which means he shouldn't do it anyway. But his negative aggression will take him in that direction until he learns enough times that that's not the direction you want to go in. This is recorded in the breath, the air itself. Everything that happens in that sequence is a vibration sent into the air. The gunshots, the screams, the blood that hits the air turns red, dry, all of that goes into the air. Every being that comes around the scene, after the scene, to find out what happens, all the detectives, all that goes into the air about what that dude has done on behalf of someone else, and they think they can use that excuse to kill. That's how you know they're not above carnage, which is above animalistic type thinking. Fight, flight, feed, or fornicate. They don't understand that. When you're using the 9 ether influence, you always think of the positives that will help you. And then you think of the positives that you can convey to others from the experience. Then you'll be telling someone else to change them into a good thinking person. You'll go, hey man, I wouldn't recommend you going on that drive-by later. And they'd be like, why not? Then you could tell them, hey man, I once had a friend. See, and this is part of the air in itself, giving another person a jewel. I once had a friend that died. And when he died, my other friend got so mad, he did a drive-by, but while he was doing the drive-by, he got hit and died too. Something like something like that, in essence, is letting you know you are changing the future outcome of another brother based upon the wisdom you gained from the past outcome of one. And that's how that happens. And the all needs you to keep that corrections going so we can have less brothers thinking as angry as the other brother did. You have to keep it going. Go ahead, 12th Elder.
Hey, 8:15. My wife's here listening. She wants to say something real quick.
Okay, please do, big sister.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of echo off what young elder just said a few moments ago about how powerful when you're breathing out and the positive energy that you're putting out into the atmosphere, as far as it relates to plants. For any of you those that grew up with your grandparents or your mother and they had house plants, if you notice, a lot of them would talk to their plants. And in talking to those plants, you're basically speaking life to those plants. And I mean, you can definitely tell the difference. And I say that because I thought about that because I just repotted all my plants this past Saturday. And I got up this morning just talking to them like, hey, babies, how you doing this morning? Y'all looking really good this morning. Y'all looking really good this morning. But they were just smiling back at me. But I just want to just echo what young elder just said about my plants, because I noticed when I don't give them that attention and talk to them, they look bad. I'm serious, they look really bad. But I mean, when you're talking to them, putting that positive energy out there in the air, they're just smiling right back at you. So I just want to echo what young elder just stated.
Thank you, big sister. I appreciate that. And I know there's plenty of people that have experiences with plants. You know, they say George Washington Carver would talk to his plants and he could listen to them too. He would talk to him and hear, and this is how he came up with the splicing of certain plants to create the soybean at a time during famine, so that we could create peanut butter and other edible sources. That's how you know the being was a messiah or an extraterrestrial sent here to help fix a famine that was coming. You see, Dr. Sebi, same thing. It's a lot of healers that come in and teach knowledge because there's famines coming within the all to certain zones on the planet, and they already have a solution for that. But then when the solution gets here in the physical body, nobody pays. Well, I ain't say nobody, but very few people respond to it. That's why many are called, few are chosen, because very few choose to respond to the saviors that come to help. Go ahead, brother Pariel.
Yes, Rahubat family. It was just to add on to that, what the sister said. It reminded me of an experiment in high school where we were shown plants that were grown in an environment where they played heavy metal music and plants that grew in an environment where classical music was played. And the classical music, you know, with the string instruments flourished, and the one with the heavy metal music just kind of withered and looked very, decayed.
And it stunted growth of the ones that grew.
Thanks. Yeah.
So you, as you can see, hey man, that was great, big brother.
Yeah, I want to say one
Go
thing,
ahead,
Q. I want to say one other thing, man. It's the same with your food. You know, they had experiments. This Asian, it's probably still on YouTube, but Asian guy, you know, he sent bad energy to the food just through words and tones, and it spoiled. And he sent positive energy to the food, and it stayed. You know, saying preserved. He gave it love. He gave it loving words, and it preserved the food. You know what I'm saying? So that's real. Yeah, that's all I want to add.
And them is the next levels. That's next level breathing right there, brother. Woo! Hey, you talk about preserving life. You could just, you know how you do when your parents be in a coma or somebody's in a coma and you speak into their ear and the doctor be like, they can't hear you. You be like, yes, they can. You be knowing they can because you know. You're like, don't you tell me that they ain't hearing me. You know they can because they into the air. If anything, they have an outer body experiences to where they can, you know, kind of set in the body like a boat, but they can't really drive it no more. You know, but they right there, they can hear you. They're not gonna go anywhere until they feel comfortable in moving, until they get ready to let the memories go so they can ascend into another plane of existence and
Thanks.
help out another plane, you know. So they do hear you. And that's part of that air theory that I was giving y'all about us being the particles, and how we, in the particle in itself, family, is a seed. A seed in itself, family, is a star ship. It's a star. They call them star seeds, right? And, each star is a planet, a moon, or a sun. And all of those are considered organisms in the all, right? They do their job, so to speak. They have position. Now, from that, there's something that springs from every seed. So when you get a seed, you can speak to it, and then you have to put it in a warm, moist climate for it to crack the what? Shell. That's what the regular seeds. Those are ships. Ships. They come in from the light. They have to form from the particles into seeds, into other things that can be plant life that grow here. You see? After that, then you could take that seed that the sun gave you and then spread it about on the rest of the planet, causing that type of plant to grow, depending on if it gave you a benevolent energy. Some of the seeds land, and then the planet has a shift, and that part of the planet don't get that much sunlight, and then it grows up to be a fungus, or it grows up to be something else. But it doesn't grow with that warmth that the sun intended to put into it, because the planet is spinning. So that type of positivity is being beamed all over the planet at certain times throughout the what they call day. Sunlight is coming in. The whole planet is getting positive energy. But in the winter, where Christmas happens, ain't nothing but death in the air. It's cold, negative energy in the air, right? So that lets you know this is when a lot of life is passing on and wants to come back. They have Halloween to usher in the seasonal changes as a ritual for certain beings in the air that they want to magnetically attract visibly with images of goblins and ghouls. Then you got to go to, when you go to church on Sunday, the only image all of y'all pulling in is one, Jesus, but you're not pulling in grandma. You ain't pulling in granddad. You're not pulling in your family. You're just pulling in one energy. And that energy makes everybody feel good. I'm going to tell you like this. Sometimes you pull in some of your family's energy, and they're going to give you some information that you can do or use to help. If they haven't been born again, you're going to be able to use energy signatures or energy or memories that they passed behind from one life before they came back being born in the next. You'll still be able to breathe that in from the air. And certain air activates brain waves in the body that pick up memory from the blood. You see, that's why they say you thirst for knowledge. It's not just in the water, it's in the blood or water of the body, which is the blood. So that's where you're going to get most of your internal knowledge from anyway. You got to weigh things out with your heart. That's what pumps all the blood. It gives you the past experiences. When your heart starts giving you that pounding feeling when you know something bad is up ahead, but the dude that's driving the car won't slow down no matter how much you tell him, that's an ancestor going, I done been through this. If you haven't, an ancestor will give you the pulse of don't do it. That'll be transferred from a heart vibration to a brain wave of a thought that says, hey man, and it uses the throat chakra, hey man, let me out. I don't want to do this. When that dude turns to you and says, hey man, I can't let you out, now you're really nervous because you thought that dude was your friend and he didn't listen to reason. So now you got to start coming up with wisdom to get out of that situation without murdering both of y'all, let alone yourself. So you got to understand, be careful who you're around, because your heart and your stomach will give you a pulse and will let you know this person is not to be trusted. Get away from them. And if you feel that, get away from them. You ain't hurting that person none. You get away from them because your ancestors is telling you from that thought, you have a better purpose in life. Get your black butt out the car. Get out of there. Once you get out, something happened to that dude later, you see it on the news or read it in the obituary. Now you gotta come to his funeral, where other lower thinking mentalities that breathe in and process 6 ether gas will tell you, we gonna get that nigga tonight. Are you with us? And they'll do that right at the daggone funeral. Because they don't understand. Passing on is not considered really passing away. The being has to have a chance to go back into being a seed again. There's no such thing as perfection. Once you reach perfection, you're done. There's no need for learning anymore. You're just going to be looking for a higher level of perfection at that moment, which means you have to let some things go to be perfect at something else too. You can try to accumulate it all, but then your ego is nowhere near as big as the all itself. You're just a part of it. One part of it, helping it out. Even the bad guys is helping the all out in some way, form, or fashion. They just go through hell being bad. Being bad brings all kinds of stuff to you. That's why they call it bad. Stuff that you wouldn't recommend, like getting shot, getting ran over, life in jail, and life in prison, losing your children, losing your wife due to your decisions. You are the one that calls it bad. Then you run out here numb because you didn't have nothing but bad stuff happen to you from bad decisions that you choose to use out of the air that you breathe. The 6 ether, you only choose to live off a 6 ether vibe only. You're going to be living in the root chakra only, and you ain't going to never be able to ascend to the throat chakra or even above that to the crown chakra and open yourself to receiving all the information, knowing that you don't know none of it. You have access to all of it. I don't know anything. I'm breathing and thinking and talking the same way all the rest of us do. So I'm not going to sit up here and claim, hey, man, I know it all. Nah, I know of the all, and I'm part of the all, and the all is part of me. Therefore, I can think about all as long as I acknowledge I can go anywhere in it. And I am not leaving it when I go anywhere in it. So therefore, somebody can say, you think you know it all. And I can tell them, you might be right. You might be right. But one thing's for sure is I know of the all. And I don't think I know it all, because if I did, I wouldn't be able to say much or nothing. You know it all, you stop talking. The wisest people don't talk as much as I do. Trust me. I'm not that daggone smart. I'm just balanced in my thinking, man. I know how to make good decisions.
Hey,
And they ain't great ones. They're just good ones. They keep me alive. They keep my family alive. They keep us breathing until we're ready to go over to the other side. We all want old age because that's the gift that's granted to you so you can let go of everything here. Everybody passing on before they reach that old age, they didn't really learn what the planet was trying to get them to do. We got to go through the full cycle.
hey, can I add something on that? On what you're saying?
Please do. Please do.
Hey man, I see the brother saying that he was James Jones saying he's born in Chicago. Man, now it's a whole bunch of information just coming to me. As you talking about the air, right? Now I was thinking about, okay, hey, can you turn that off? Hey, I was thinking about like in Chicago and New York and these areas, the air is very polluted. So the crime rate is higher in those areas. You know, like in Chicago, Detroit, all of like the big cities, it's more crime in the bigger cities because the air is polluted. But if you go to the country, in the country, it's less crime because the air is less polluted. So it's like it's a lot of shit dealing with this. And through my friends, a lot of stuff dealing with the air, man. If you start to think about the energy of the air, you know what I'm saying? Like in Chicago, they breathe. Like in New York, I know the pollution is bad. I hear a lot of people saying that man, it's real polluted up here, and then it's a more crime, more people getting raped, it's more 6 ether air in that air up there versus going
Using
down
bodies,
to
right?
Mississippi, yeah, versus going down to the country, like where it's real spacious, like where ain't that many people living and it's like that many cars driving all the time. It's less crime in the country, but because of the air, it's more cleaner. But you got, if you into Chicago or these areas, where it's a lot of killing going on, man. It's a lot of negative energy being put into the air in those areas. And then too, with the mask thing, the mask is really cutting off our information because, like you say, we get our knowledge and new ideas from the sun by way of the air. So we breathe. If we ain't breathing, we ain't taking in nothing new. And so, and I think too, the air. Everybody that's rich, they do a lot of breathing. Everybody that's rich because they getting ideas. Everybody that's the inventors, the thinkers, and the inventors, they breathe a lot because they sucking in it. They sucking this information or these new ideas from the air, and that's what gives them. Because I'm gonna tell you, it's too. When I get mad, if I get angry, when I breathe like when somebody say. I heard somebody I used to watch this on Family Matters where it says when you get angry, just take a second, take 3 deep breaths, take a deep breath, calm down. If the air calms you down, if you release, what you're doing is you breathing out that negative energy. That you sucking that whole bunch of air in, and that air cleaning your brain. The air cleans your brain. I just want to add that, man. That's just because Cat was saying that he's born in Chicago, man. I was thinking about, damn, how much pollution in that air up there. That's why everybody killing everybody. They call it Chirac in Chicago. That's why a lot of niggas killing each other because it's goddamn pollution. It's too much pollution.
That's right. That's right, brother. They stinking it up. They stinking it up. And
Hey, can I ask something real quick?
Yep.
Hey, and breathing air just like, and it'll help you in stressful situations also. You know, stress, he said, you just stop and breathe, right? You'll calm down, you'll be able to think clear. You know, when you get into a very tight situation and you just breathe. You know, a lot of people just stop breathing, their breathing gets messed up and they can't think, you know. But if you just concentrate and just breathe, and you'll be able to respond better. That's all I want to add.
That's right.
Hey, I figured when I've got to figure something out, I got a problem and I want to figure it out, I just breathe. And then the answers, all the answers, like 15, I already said all this shit, man. People, it just went over people's head. But when you breathe, that's how you get the answers. You can get the answer to any question. All you got to do is think of the question, breathe out, and then breathe in, and the answer will come to you. That's how I figured out all the problems. That's how and that's how I imagine things. Like most of the stuff that I put out, I put it out from breathing, from just absorb. I sit there and I have a question, and then when I create that question, I just breathe and just sit there and think, and I'll be able to think when I'm breathing, and then that answer come to me through the breath. I'm telling you, man, 15 ain't lying when he's saying that. When he's saying that everything is in the air. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. I mean, I appreciate, you know, everybody's awareness on that, man. At this point in time, that's a great thing because now everybody that's hearing me can understand how important it is to learn as much as you can about those things. You know, so when you start to find out about them, then you can learn to manipulate things in a different way to help and not for what they use it for. They manipulate the air and the atoms and things for destruction. And by they, I just mean those forces that are using the weakest form of the human body. It's the Caucasian. Okay. So they tap into them because they only have 240 degrees of reasoning ability or will. We have 360. They have 240. That's 120 a negative energy, 120 a positive. That's how they were designed, so that they couldn't rise above you for real. See, but we didn't create them. Only one of us did at a particular time when he let 6 ether forces control his ability to invent and create. He
And
did
you know
this
something?
thing and we still got to pay for it. Go ahead, my brother. You got
Now
it.
I got one
It
more
ain't
thing.
my,
My
this
bad for
ain't my
cutting in. I got
class.
one more thing because it's hitting me. Everything's hitting me, man. I'm telling you, it's hitting me all at one time. In
Getting
sniper
an
school,
explosion.
and snipers, in order to pull a gun, in order to shoot a gun, you stop breathing. Like they even train you in sniper school. When they shoot, they got to hold their breath, and then they shoot. They don't never be breathing when they doing it because they say you got good aim. So they say hold your breath and then squeeze the trigger. So in order to pull a
That's true.
trigger on a gun, you got to hold your damn breath. Go ahead. That shit
That's
crazy, man.
because to hold your breath and release it slowly calms the heartbeat down. Just run on the treadmill real fast, run on it real fast, and then when you slow down and you trying to slow your heart rate down, put your palms on the metal sensors, let it read your heart rate, and hold on to it while you breathe deep like that. Hold it, then exhale it slow, breathe deep, hold it, exhale it slow, and watch your heartbeat drop. They do it for a reason. It helps them control their nerves, and you know that. I'm not. That's speaking to the choir.
Yeah,
That's the
go ahead though.
obvious,
Real quick, we want to get this.
but yeah, that's what it could be used for. A person that really knows how to slow the heart rate down can stop the heart for several seconds before it jumps on its own. You see, a person that also knows how to slow their heart rate down can take certain chemicals that will stop the heart and start the heart back up 6 or 7 seconds later, maybe a whole minute. But it has to start it back up before the blood starts to coagulate throughout the veins. If the blood starts to coagulate, can you imagine how numb you're gonna feel when your body gets started back up? And then when the feeling comes back, your whole body tingling like your foot get when your foot go numb and the blood cycle. You be like, man, I feel like needles is pricking me all in my skin. But it would be activated through the electrical current of it getting the blood heated back up again, lubricated through drinking water, and then that water that you drink has to be turned in the cells that activate the other cells to get them to uncoagulate in that moment. And a good example, I'm sorry, hold on, go ahead, big brother, my bad. Uh,
No, keep going, brother. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. When you're
okay,
done.
all right. Well, I'm gonna just keep it brief then. There's ways, okay, in certain art forms, people that are of certain societies that want to strike fear into you, they can take a herb that will help them achieve this, and then they'll come back again, and you'll think that they were dead because the doctor showed that they didn't have a pulse, when really the pulse jump starts again, based on either what they put in the body before they lay it in the shallow grave or lay it in a breakable casket or tomb. So when that person comes to, they can resurrect and scare the crap out of everybody, have everybody running, and then they know they've gained control of the whole town and city because now the dude that rose from the dead is controlling the town. They've done rituals like this knowing this kind of knowledge. And that's what I wanted to say before I let elder brother 17th go. Go ahead, big brother.
I got three things. Rahubat to family, to everyone.
Right back.
One, look at the magnificence of Papa. All. Two, look at the excellence of Anu to have. Think about this. Put Shu in place, right? The netta, Shu, the netta of the air. So when you think about the design of all of this, it's just, think about it for a minute. The design, everything everyone has said goes back to what I just said, but it came from all knowing. It came from the creator of creators, right? So all of this, and it boils down to this one little thing. The third thing, when you work out, you ever wonder why when you work out, when you really get a good workout, a good run, well, you don't have to work out no more than just 9 minutes a day. As long as you can get this process going. Whoa, it's like you have to get your workout to a point where you are getting out the negative gas. right? So you got nitric oxide. So you got the oxide that's coming out. That gas gets trapped into your body, those molecules. That has to come out. That's why they say walk. Well, it's just more than walking. That's why they say, lift weights, more than lift weights. That's why they say dance, do something. It's to get your lungs, to get that oxidation out of your body. You could work out, but if you never get your body to the point of you haven't expelled the negative oxide. You want the nitric, right? The nitric oxide, because the nitric is good, the nitrogen, but you want the oxide, you want that out, right? So what young elder said in conjunction with that is that if you're outside, this is just my little formula. Always get the negative out, then breathe in and do what young elder was saying. Breathe in and then breathe it out so everything can come to you. But you got to get that negative gas out of you. At any time before you do anything, get the negative gas out, because you do it when you work out. That's why you have to work out. Man, I feel a little bit better. Yeah. A lot of people have heart attacks because that gas builds up so intensely in their bodies. Say, what happened to John? Wow, man, he had a stroke. Well, it's the gas that built up. Well, he never walked, he never worked out. And so the gas overcomes you, the disagreeable gas, right? That's all I want to add. It's excellent bill.
Thank you for adding, big brother. 12 elder got his hands up as well. Go ahead, big bro.
I just want to add for the family that the master teacher touched on all this stuff on the book he referred to as The Breath, where he talks about cleansed breathing. Even Tafu, when you do your prayers, breathing out negative energy forcefully, but everything we pretty much touched on, he actually put it in the breath. I just want to add that for people who wants to seek out, the master teacher, who follow the master teacher. That's it. I yield.
That's right. In that breath book, he actually breaks stuff down. And then, me in 15, he never read that book, but he be teaching it's like that information is in the air, right? That's how he was able to, because the ancestors is telling us what to teach. And so that information, even though a lot of niggas didn't read that book 12, or some of it might have read it, but they didn't grasp it. 15 coming now to break it down so that people can, because they didn't get it then. So maybe they hear it now, you know what I'm saying? How important the breath is. And that's why those cats do yoga. I'm talking about everything you do as far as you utilizing the knowledge and energy is dealing with breathing. And if you ain't got like the Elder Jamil just said, man, when I work out, even if you got gas trapped in you, when you work out and start breathing, that gas release. It'll go out, the negative gas, and most of it come from eating meat. A lot of gas is coming from eating bad meats, because you got to think about it. When that animal is breathing as well, and when they kill that animal, the way they kill it, you got to think about it, man. This animal, them animals be knowing they finna die, and so and then also I think Elder Jamil touched on this a couple of classes back, a while back, probably like 6 months ago, where he said it's the nervous system. That breathing is also dealing with your nervous system. And 12 just talked about it too, where he says you got like stress and all that. That's dealing with your nervous system. And so when you breathe, that air actually goes in and calms down the nervous system. And I think Elder Jamil was touching on some stuff where he said, man, these brothers with the bad nerves, you know what I'm saying? The nerves take the nigga out, man. Nerves, like when you get nervous and all that, it's dealing with the breathing and the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is a system in the body that cleans the body, right? And it's part of when you burn out, you can get rid of the toxins by exercising and breathing, and help flush the toxins out of your lymphatic system. And that's like part of your body that keeps your blood clean and all that, right? Because they talk about in the Bible, in the spirit being in the blood. So it's all connected, but it goes back to like the 15 been teaching about the breathing thing, man. It's like I believe to me, man, that's the most important thing. Like right now, like before you go to do something stupid, breathe. Take a couple deep breaths. You know what I'm saying? Don't just don't breathe after. They can breathe before you go to do that stupid shit. It's like when you think you're gonna do something stupid, take your time, take you about a couple minutes to breathe, and then see if you're gonna still. It might change your mind about doing that stupid shit that you was gonna think about doing. Calm your nerves. Breathe and calm your nerves. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to add. Go ahead, 15.
Now y'all sound to be, y'all doing your thing, man. I don't have to keep running my mouth all night.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that I believe you was responsible for like coming like bringing that breath book back out, like the information in it, man, because you've been talking about this shit for the last year or so, two, maybe even two. And I think that breathing, man, that like the yoga shit,
Can
even though Baba
I
said the
say one
different.
thing about it?
Go ahead, go
Just
ahead.
one thing here. The main emphasis that I put on it is we all come through and leave out through it. That's the main emphasis I was teaching on a few, maybe earlier today when we started. I was just trying to let people know visually, if you want to see this stuff happening, more so hearing it, but you can relate to it because you come from it. You're coming down here from air. What's in the air, except for the atoms and the particles, the ions and all the molecules and things. That stuff is in the air dust. That stuff is in the air. It's coming here from other planets, other galaxies. It's not just here. It doesn't come from the planet. It came into the planet. We all came into the planet and we rolled on different types of waves. Either there's solar waves, there's wind electrical current waves of static electricity, and then there's water waves. And then in the dirt, there's seismic sound waves that come from people moving and things stumping on the ground. So you're going to be moving regardless on waves as a particle. And I was just making that clear. The family has to understand this. The ship you came in on is light, is particles. And then you got breathed inside your pops, who was a ship that already had landed here in the third density. Don't forget that. When you leave out of your body, what's going to carry you to the mother plane that gives birth to the rain? Huh? What's going to carry you there except for the wind? Okay? Go ahead, big brother, Elder Jamil.
Question for the room for you, 15, or just a thought, right? What feeds the earth? What feeds the earth? Is it
When you talk about in terms of feed, you talking about what gives it its energy? It's the sun.
right? That there's a type of ether energy that's in the vacuum of space that because we're humans, or because they're humans, that they say that nobody can exist out there, but there are life forms that are floating, coming in and out of the planet, right? So air that we're talking about, it's in this bubble that we're in, thin layer. Once you pierce this bubble and you get into space, there's a substance you can vibe on to survive. Do you think that's possible? Because if the sun is feeding through the solar winds, right, through the chromass ejections, through all the energy that the sun shoots throughout the solar system, the sun keeps the solar system alive. Once you get outside the solar system, then you have to find somewhere to connect where there's another sun, if you will. Because what I'm saying is that there's energy particles from the sun, be it in the waves that the sun ejects out, and it feeds all the planets in the solar system. That's an energy system. So we have the ability to tap into that energy system, do we not?
Of course, and the simplistic version of tapping into that sun system down here in the third density is to have you in the body, me in the body, and every last one of these solar light photon particles in the body being charged off of solar light to think in the first place. We come down here to do that. Now, if we looking for something beyond what the sun does to the air, which is give it its electrical charge, that charge creates friction. The friction creates warmth, and the warmth gives the earth a situation to create with moisture, you know, and electrical charge. So
Right.
we're definitely already doing what you're describing. It's already being done. See, birth in itself is one of the greatest miracles that the all ever performed for us. But we, like, when we look beyond it, as if every new experience is not birth, it's all birth. The end of one life is the birth of another. To be born again is to be born on the outside of the body, because when you breathe in solar energy into the vacuum space of the body. The body in itself is a vacuum. It's a vacuum. That's why you breathe in and you breathe out, and then when you're done breathing out completely, the body compresses. So when a person's done, what happens? They defecate on themselves. They poop on
That's
themselves.
right. That's right.
They go to the bathroom because all the air is leaving out of the body, causing the straw that the body is to compress in on itself. So we are nothing without that air. Even a brain dead person is breathing and the heart is pumping. So the heart's pumping and the blood is still going through the body, but the brain is not online anymore because there's parts of the brain that's going through that,
Exactly.
you know, whole life
Exactly.
experience, you know.
So
And
then this answers what my question or observation. That is that based on what I'm hearing in the class is that breathing is a very, very, very serious part of our being because
sacred.
to be one with your breath, right? Think about that for a minute. Everything you just said, if you can just, and your consciousness goes into the molecule of your breath, you leave the body with your breath and your consciousness. When you just breathing and you let it out, and you don't have the ability to take your consciousness into that element, into that breath that's you, then
True.
look at
True.
that. So what they
I was
teaching in go ahead.
I was explaining something on that earlier, big bro. I don't know if you was on the class earlier, but I was saying exactly that about how we talk. Sound waves are waves. Particles moves.
Just
I'm
careful
sorry.
word.
Particles. Oh no, it ain't no problem, big bro. No, ain't no problem. No sweat. I was just saying. I'll repeat it again because I know they heard me earlier. Maybe they didn't, but I was
Nope.
explaining the
I think
very
we're saying the
breath.
same thing.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just
The
putting it in
very
a different
breath that
way.
you speak. Uh-huh. That's it. That's it.
I'm
Like
just
that.
putting the consciousness piece to it. You see, the
Mm-hmm.
whole thing with going to the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh dimension, do we have the ability in our third dimensional consciousness to be able to go to the fourth dimension with your full consciousness? Not like, oh, I'm there, but I don't, you have no control. You just have a momentary second to know that, oh man, I was there. But then when you come back to the third, you're like, when I was in the fourth, and you remember pieces of things. But if you have your total consciousness, if you're in control of your consciousness, if you're in control of your consciousness, if you one with your consciousness, then you can go with your breath and your consciousness to anywhere you want to go. I heard young elder say something like that he travels, right? So I think that was maybe 3 weeks ago. We had a conversation. So the beauty in this conversation I'm picking up is having the ability to key in on those elements that every individual is working on. Some people working on the health piece, some people are working on, wow, I like that when I can just breathe and solve my problem. And so I'm just putting this on the table. Your consciousness, to be in control of your consciousness. That is so, and breathing and your consciousness and breathing, and your consciousness and breathing, and your total being come into one, a lot of things can happen. You can move a lot of situations. A link was sent, brother, with the hand gestures. The engine behind everything that we want to do is being in control of your consciousness. How can you be in control of your consciousness and you're a slave to meat, soda pops, sugar? You're a slave to all these other things. So there's a lot of training, a lot of human development that has to go on before we can get to that point. And I don't know if in fact these kind of conversations can, well, you know what? I'm not going to say that, because all human beings have the potential, especially melanated human beings have the potential to rise and to do better than what we're doing. But it's a beautiful thing, this conversation with the breath, because I'm just zeroing in on, okay, how do you take your consciousness with your breath? Well, you have to practice. Like everything else, you have to practice. You have to put yourself into it. You have to see it. You have to be it. You have to ask for permission, because that's a powerful, powerful thing to take your consciousness. That's why we, it's just my opinion, have been messed over for so long, and we haven't had the luxury like the people over in Sri Lanka or Pakistan or India or other parts of the world that chattel slavery didn't exist. Not making no excuses, but I see what has happened to us, and it's not a good thing when we can have these free conversations about empowerment, but we all know that we walk outside of our neighborhoods, those that are not involved in conversations like this don't have the ability to develop themselves because of their environment and the culture that they have submerged themselves into. And that's why this is a very good forum. It's a good conversation, a good topic. So how do we take this topic and empower as many people that we know? But this is a powerful topic, very powerful. It's really liberating. It's really real freedom. When you can take your breath and combine your consciousness together. But you need information. Information is like the gas putting it to the engine, or it's like the solar panel. You need information. Information plus consciousness, and things can be done. Without the information, it's a difficult sell to even tell that, well, maybe not now because things are changing. Maybe in the old school days it was difficult, but now young people are looking for information. They are looking for basically a way out. So I just wanted to add that to it, because it's a powerful piece here that's being discussed. And I just want to add that the consciousness, you add that consciousness with your ability to breathe, now you can do some traveling. Also, consciousness, breath, and imagination. Consciousness, breath, and imagination. Consciousness, breath, imagination, and good intentions. That's a combination for some powerful things. I see the makings of something powerful, and that is there's a piece in the Holy Tablet, and you all heard me say this before, and that is if enough souls will come together, right? Will come together with one consent to call down the galactic command. That's a powerful piece. So I'm gonna yield. That's very powerful. I yield.
Thanks.
Go ahead, 12. After you go, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to add, when you control your breath, the calmer you're gonna get. The calmer you're gonna get, you're gonna be able to connect with the elements. And as is very, and when you start connecting with the elements, you start losing track of time. It's equivalent to running, right? When you get that, when you breathe as you run, and you could be running. Say, I've been running for 5 hours, right? Or you're engaged in study, like a scientist. You could be in the lab and forget to eat and everything because he's so in tune with the elements and your mind, your higher self. You just be listening to your higher self, and your higher self is guiding you, you know, and that's very important. And like in retracing our history, you know, that's how you connect with the elements, is by breathing, calm. It's basically is stillness, you know what I'm saying? And you can hear the voice coming through, and it will guide you on how to, your brain will start thinking. And that's how you can ascertain information, you know, as far as connecting back with the ancestors, you know, as far as like I was having this conversation with the 15th, you know, your higher self is your future self, you know, is and once the lower self starts following the higher self, you know, the lower self basically disappears because y'all one now. It's like merging with the one. You're one with the higher self, and then the higher self will take you on to a journey, and it will guide you and to what you need to know, and it'll tell you what you need, you know. But we don't calm our minds enough so we can hear that voice. You know, we too many distractions, you know. But if you're focused, you'll start becoming one with the higher self, and all the information will start coming. That's all I just want to add.
Hey, I want to say shout out to brother Cairo 22 for the donation. Hey, yeah, man, I got a question for the 15 if he's still on, because I mean I got like an idea on it, but it's starting to like it's a lot of stuff that's starting to come to me, man. And like I say, like they say in the beginning, because I'm going back to the Bible for all my Bible thumpers, because I got a lot of people that still read the Bible, and we want to connect this. Because it says he breathed his spirit into man, and man became a living soul. Now, what the spirit is the first process of it, because they say that he was a spirit first. So the becoming of the soul part, why, like if white people and everybody on the planet, animals and everybody breathing the same air, what is the process that some beings are missing to where they can't become that soul? They don't got that rhythm. Because to me, you got to be able to breathe, to have the dance and have rhythm, to be on beat. Even sound use air, because you know, like the air pressure, when you're dealing with certain types of air pressure, and I put this in the Ascension manual, but that shit was like, some of that shit I was putting, it was just getting channeled through me, and I had to go back and read it myself to see what I wrote, man. Because like when you go to an air show, right, and they travel faster than the speed of sound, the air pressure around the aircraft changes. So it's dealing with air. Everything is dealing with air, even how the sound travel. So rhythm and all that is dealing with air. It goes back to breathing. So what is the process that they meet that certain these beings are missing to where they can't become that, get that soul part? And it might have something to do with the sun and all that, but but I just wanted to get your perspective on it, 15, if you still if you ain't off yet.
I'm still here, big brother. Like I said, I don't know everything. I'll just give you my point of view. The souls are coming in at a certain hour of the day. Whenever the solar rays are touching the planet, that's when the souls is coming in, and when souls are leaving. When the solar rays are coming in. So during nightfall, it's a cool temperature. There's negative ions in the air, and there's different types of waves going off in the air as well. So you have beings that are in the air at that moment that belong on the cooler temperatures, driven by the cooler ethers, which are the six. Okay, so most of the people that come in, they come in on a warm part of the day, and then they're allowed to grow into what we are here now. We have what you call sun heat genes. So anything that the light, right, is pouncing off of, like the moon that has pale skin, it's going to rip that skin open, rip it apart. The beings that get sunburned are burning because they lack sun heat genes. If you lack sun heat genes, you lack a full spectrum of emotions, because you can't take in all the light. Light is information. So the more copper color you are, the darker you are, the more of that information of self you can take in from the air. You could take it in from the sunlight. You could take it in from water waves. You could take it in from plants that grow, because the plants are absorbing solar light through photosynthesis. We can do the same thing through absorbing solar light through the eyeballs and also through the hair. Okay, you can absorb it through every pore of your skin. This is what gives you a soul, because soul is also relative to SOL, which is the Spanish word for sun, and SAL, which was one of the old suns that we knew about from the tablets, Sal. So we have souls because we have the sun heat genes, but everything here is allowed to move because of the energy of the sun, which is the soul of the sun, but gives them spirit. It gives them spirit. It charges them electrically, allows them to move, but it doesn't allow them to have a full spectrum of the warmer emotions. Warm. That's why I said we are Fahrenheit degree beings as elementals. And element is Allah or Eli in ment, which is the mental or mind of Eli. The elements. We drink water, right? We eat plants and we breathe. We get our exercise. We're taking in the mind of El in different ways to help aid the body. We've always taken in the mind of El. That's why I say this a lot. Now I don't know. There's people that disagree with me, and that's fine. But in order for our galactic council to come in, we coming in through birth. The babies that are being corrupted nowadays are the help. They're supposed to help be the geniuses that build the new equipment, the new machines, the new everything. But as long as we keep expecting things to be different and we don't make them different, then they won't be. We'll be still waiting on some ships to come pick us up. I'm telling you, if there is ships that was made here, if you see them flying in the air, they're made here. If they're particles, then they're intergalactic, and they can come in from a dimensional rift, and that's an air pocket. They can come in through air pockets. Okay, that's like saying a ripping portal. You know, but this is my perspective on it. I don't want nobody to think, he said roll with that. Nah, this is just a perspective. If we're particles, if we're the particles, we're coming in from outer space, and we end up here in little particle bubble aircrafts that get blown through the air through light waves. But we're so small and micro that nobody can see us coming in. You can't see us coming in because we come in through the air. See, and then we get born, and wherever we're born at, we're supposed to help fix a situation in every place. If we want everything to stop overnight, well, you let me know what plant does that. What seed that comes in that grows overnight. And if you figure out how to do it, share it with the world, because that right there is evidence that things can come in full grown that are actually living. See what I'm saying? These other beings, they can't be considered third density living, but they exist. So you and I, as particles or as souls, we will never not exist. You're going to always exist. There's going to be different states to your existence. If we hold on to the physical existence so near and dear to us, we won't be allowed or granted access to any other existences. This is not the only existence. This is where the mind of the elements meets with all other life forms to do what we do. We communicate right here in the center part of a layered reality. We communicate through the body. That's how we communicate. That's why I keep telling people the body is a starship. The body is a ship. It's a ship made out of 7 octillion atoms. So you got all kinds of networks, galactic networks that flow throughout your body called systems. And each system is an intelligence. But we look at ourselves and we don't see how sophisticated we're put together. As extraterrestrial beings, where we come from, we're put together inside the mother's womb, but the mind of you or the brain of you is put together inside the father, which is why the semen is only a head. Then you get your heart going into your mom because she carries the mitochondria DNA. Your dad carries his part of the bloodline mitochondria, a little speck of it, but he has to hand it off to her. So we're a species of extraterrestrial here on this planet. We're copper. We have nappy hair, and the other beings are a species that are not copper because their skin is pale and white. It reflects the light, which causes for there to be a bombardment on their skin of heat waves, almost like microwaves. Okay, and during the sun cycle, they're going to open up the skin, and you'll see these people peeling, but it'll be just like what? The air is eating them alive. The air will be eating them alive, but it won't be eating us. The sunlight won't be eating us. It'll be infusing us and charging our spirits and souls to get the jobs done that are needed to get done for the new millennia, so we can be fruitful and multiply. Go ahead, big brother. I just took my phone out of my pocket. Please forgive me for running on long.
No. What you said, okay. Young Elder talked about Genesis 2 and 7. What you said earlier, my question was about breathing energy outside of Earth atmosphere, right? So, to Young Elder's thing on 2 and 7. So, right? What about Genesis 1 and 6, when the God of the Bible said, man be and man was. So then what you're saying, 15, is that this being vibrated a being on this planet. Think about what you just said, 15, and think about what Young Elder said on 2 and 7. You broke down the 2 and 7, right? The breathing the soul into something that was created. But for the eternals, now we are eternal, right? I was in the 4th dimension. My mom was there. Isis was there. Anubis came. Anubis came and bit me, grabbed me with his teeth. And I'm like, whoa. And then all of a sudden, he looked in my eyes, I looked in his, he let me go. And then what was flashed in my head was, he know who you is, and you're eternal. So I'm saying that eternal beings were brought here in 1 and 6. Eternal beings vibrated because the energy, the greater energy vibrated all of us here, those that relate to Genesis 1 and 6, like Young Elder said, if you're a Bible thumper. So I'm putting all this together because what we're saying, there's a connection, right? The connection is, if we are particles and we came through the solar winds, then there was a system of how we generated our energy, because that's what it is, it's energy. So then we get into this earth, and so we have to do what? We have to breathe. But before then, in 1 and 6, Young Elder, man was just boom. The Elo said be, and man was. 2 and 7, then there was a mechanical thing. It was transfer from one being to another, right? So what 15 is saying, it's like, wait a minute, hold it. Then
Hey,
who are these beings in one? Yeah, who are these beings in 1 and 6?
Hey, I got it. Hey, because 15 already said it. Look, like when the name of his YouTube page is Son of the Sun, right? So we, hey, we are are electromagnetic frequencies. Like he said this already, really, you know, but like all we are electromagnetic frequencies. Because Baba broke it down a while back when he said when you see, what you're seeing is light being converted into that shape and that form. So we are nothing but light. We are light, and that light combinates with the wind to create that spirit, and that spirit with the with we're taking in the sunlight some more. Cause man, this man, it's a lot to take in. This a lot to take in.
Now check this out, young elder. The 12th elder put something on the table, and it's correct, right? So back in the Sufi day, if you would just sit, you breathe, you did your chant, but it was, if your diet was right and your breathing was right, you would leave your body, or you turn your body into the ship and you'll start humming and vibrating, right? So I'm saying that to say all this that has been spoken, man, put something together that says that we are 1 in 6 beings for the Bible thumper, or those that deal with the soul, constantly dealing with the soul. If you want to say you're 2 in 7, but what about the 1 in 6, the electromagnetic beings that were like vibrated here? Those beings that can identify with that have a special place among the Galactic Council, have a special job to do certain things. That's why you're here. And I would say that those beings gravitate to conversations in forums like this, right? Because that energy, that frequency is high in the conversation. Whereas you get your 2 and 7 beings who are probably, you know, they don't vibrate that high. They just don't vibrate, right? Because what Yeshua say, those that are from above must go back, those that are of the earth would be here. It's real simple. Real simple. I yield. But it's powerful.
I think that too, like, hey, the bodies, like what we are is generated, like 15 pages, you say the sons of the suns, right? I think where we are is generated but determined on the sun, because I did channel some information one time where they said that when we left Riz, we went to Orion and under some different stars, and our body type changed. So I think your body type like is determined by the sun, and the energy of what you see. Because what we see, without that sun, we wouldn't be able to see what we are. Without that sun, nobody would be able to see what you are. You wouldn't even be able to exist without it. And that's why I think in ancient Kemet, we stress the importance of the sun. And and a lot of people came into our land and took it and spent it around in their own perspectives, and because we're dealing with beings that have a lesser perspective. So they took our higher perspective and then watered it down. And so they put that out, and that's what they're telling the people. They telling the people about this lower perspective, but the perspective that 15 talking about is the perspective that we had at first about the sun, how we came from the sun. Go ahead, 15.
I'm gonna shed a little bit more light, just a tad bit. Everything that everybody's saying is definitely an answer. I'm sorry.
If I can, are you saying that we come from the sun?
I'm saying your consciousness exists. Oh, go ahead.
Brother, you're taking my information. I've been saying I've been saying that too. I have to laugh.
Can I elaborate? Because that's not exactly. I wanted you to know. I'm saying all the information and intelligence is coming from the suns. Light is information. That's how I teach it. Light is information. It slows down into gas, and gas is what you and I breathe in out of the air. So we're breathing in the consciousness to be processed by the brain. The consciousness would be the electricity that the sun has charged the air with. So now we get information. Go ahead, big brother, you got it.
No, go ahead, 15. I'm just saying yes.
Okay. All right. So so they once we come in as information for the time that we live in. We're supposed to come in with galactic information to change the third dimension and raise it up from third fourth to fifth, with the intelligence from the fourth delivered by the messengers that come into bodies here. So when we land, we come out in situations in the family DNA that need to be fixed, the world DNA, which is planet DNA that needs to be fixed. And then we have to go through our own to calibrate ourselves high enough to get out of here. Because you can get weighed down by the accumulation of other people's woes and worries. When
True.
you're just here to deliver a message to get them the secrets to how to rise up again. So learning this information is part of them sending in galactic beings to change the energy on the planet, because that's all we represent is an energy type.
Yeah.
And when you
Frequency.
leave, you're going to be leaving out through the same energy wavelength you came in on, unless your energy came here and accumulated too much negative energy. Then it has to shed that energy before you can leave. And we all ride up to the air to certain planes so that we can leave. And there's the same way, there's only one sperm cell that gets inside the egg, inside the woman's womb, to be born out of millions that are blasted off. It's only a few that get out of here at a time through the gap. It's only a few. So those that get recycled are flying on the ship that I call the clouds, which are the mother plane. Remember, I explained a long time ago, y'all know this already, but clouds equal crowds. Crowds equal clouds. They both sound the same. Phonetically, when there's thunderstorms, it sounds like a bunch of people clapping their hands. There's not a coincidence there. It's letting you know through the sound waves that we share identity with this. People forget that. They forget you are the rain. You are the sunlight and the particles that came in to change things here. We get sidetracked a lot of times simply because we can't put it all together as one thing and see it working for us. But if you stop for a minute and just pay attention to how nature is operating, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. If we ignore exactly what we experience in nature, then we won't be able to see this. We won't be able to vibe with it. We'll always think there's something greater because we've been told. But it is the greatest thing moving. True. It's the greatest thing moving. It makes everything happen. Go ahead, big brother. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'm just so basically it all right now, the summation that I can see, the solution for a wayward people, as many of us are, is that we need to, more than anything, learn how to breathe. We need to basically create our own culture, positive culture, and offer that reality to our children. It's really that simple. Yeah, it's really that simple. Simply because now let's go back to this. I really know that there are beings that live on the sun. And I really know that energy is shot from the sun to the planet, and that the planet itself does a thing called sprites, right? Remember, we talked about this maybe a couple of years ago, and that is NASA did an experiment where they sent their experimental airplane to the edge of space, right? And they filmed it, and they saw, they say that there are like 2 million lightning strikes that take place every day around the planet. But the lightning is coming from the ground up, not from the cloud down. And they filmed it. They call them sprites. And when they hit, they look like beings. They look, you know how when you were in elementary, you draw the little stick figures with a head, an arm, and legs. Well, the sprites look like little beings. So I'm putting 2 and 2 together in meditation, and I was shown that, oh, no, that's energy. Those are your solar waves that feed the planet, right? And so the lightning that you see is no more than the earth breathing. When the sprites hit, it brings in from out of the atmosphere electromagnetic particles through that current, that actual electric strike, it's no different than your capillaries in your body that carry blood to your organs. The sprite is a capillary. The fluidity that feeds the planet comes from the solar winds that the sun shoots off. And the sprite catches those particles and do what? Bring it back down into the planet and disperse into the atmosphere. No different than a capillary in your body. When I saw that, that added to, oh, their intelligent life on and in our sun. It's amazing. It's amazing. That alone that we can see every day. So the ancients in Kemet, they knew what time it was, and they passed all that on to us. So that in itself is amazing. I yield.
Thank you for that, big brother. When you learned, I got just a comment real quick. When you learned that lightning comes from the ground up, whose theory was that?
No, it wasn't a theory. It's what they showed.
Okay, let me show you. I gotta say this because I seen what you talking about slowed down and I seen it slowed down to a point to where I could see it coming from up and down and meeting in the middle. Kind of like a tornado comes down as a funnel, and then it starts to gather the wind up from the bottom base, and then that wind rises up like another funnel and cone, and they touch and then start dancing. Lightning does the same thing, but in the blink of an eye. Like it comes up. Now look at that, what I just said, and then look at what Michelangelo was painting when he had God reaching out to Adam's finger and touching it, right? That's just an image that shows that lightning reaches from the ground up and the clouds down. So there has to be, my theory was, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, I just have a view of it I wanted to interject. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead. That's what, hey, man.
My view is, during the rain and thunderstorms, you know how we got family coming in on the raindrops that will come in as water molecules, and then they get absorbed into plant life and things, and then it releases oxygen. And I don't want to go through the whole system, but we're conscious as who we are or what we are during all of this travel. Okay, so they'll snatch somebody that was down here during a thunderstorm that probably passed away 2 days before. Like, say for instance, when Martin Luther King passed away, it rained, and when certain areas thunderstorm had happened, he could have got boom shot out of here on a lightning bolt to the mother plane that carries the clouds. You see,
exactly.
That's why I was saying that's why I was saying Ra in is rain. The words Ra and in, solar energy coming in the water molecule form after it's collected enough light in the cloud sphere up there, and then comes down after it accumulates enough, family gathers, and then it starts to impregnate itself, because we need what to make babies? We need moisture, warmth, and liquid. So the clouds give birth to. Go ahead, big brother. Y'all know you feeling it.
No. Yeah. We said the same thing. It's just that what I saw looked like a capillary in your body, okay? And so what I surmised based on what I saw was, wait a minute, if the solar winds, if the electromagnetic particles that are shot off from the sun are feeding the earth, then how's the earth receiving it? And then when they showed what NASA was doing, and they showed the lightning strikes all over the planet, I went, oh, so these molecules are coming in through these lightning strikes. That's just another way. Just like you have veins and arteries and capillaries, just like you have the veins and the capillaries into the colon. You got certain blood vessels that connect to certain pockets of your colon that goes to certain parts of your body.
Mm-hmm.
It's the system that you mentioned earlier. It's a unique galactic universal system that just connects everything to everything. So it begs to put this on the table then. What would you do if you could just have 25% of your brain power right now? 25%. 25%. No. 27%. Sorry, 27%. 27%. Right now, if you get 27% brain power activated with what you already know.
I'd have to ask you, what is the brain power you talking about activate?
Okay. You got two halves of the brain, right? You have the right and the left, corpus callosum, the center part, right? You got the frontal lobe, you got the occipital lobe, you got your reptilian brain, your limbic brain, and your cerebral brain. If you putting that 25% into the reptilian, limbic, and cerebral brain, those three get 25% jolt, 25% more capacity, more activation to receive, to remember, to calculate, to go back into your own registry, to also boost your electromagnetic signal coming from your brain to the ether. Those three brains right there.
There's more brains.
No. I'm just saying 27% for those three functions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, just go ahead.
Let me ask you this. You got to tell me how you came to the conclusion that using those pieces of the brain give you 27%.
No, not give you 27%. I said if 27% more brain activation was spread out to those areas of your brain, not that they give you 27%.
Okay.
Because the whole thing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, big bro. I can explain from a perception how to gain that 25%. And me and you just got done breaking it down through lightning. Okay. Inside the brain, you were talking about capillaries in within the blood vessels and the skin and things of that nature to help get the blood and the things to the other orifices of the body. But the brain storming is what gives your brain that electrical jolt. So if you're not thinking on higher levels, you're never going to charge those areas of the brain to become 25 to 50 to 30, whatever it may be you want to, achieve. But you got to think. If you don't have no brainstorming going on, ain't no new ideas being birthed. And take that, what I said about new ideas being birthed, that if there's no storming going on, then ain't no new life on earth being birthed either, as above, so below, and everywhere you go.
Well, that circumology is something else, isn't it? I love it.
Hey, I'm just here to make things clear, Elder. We are powerful, bro. Our beings, Black Nubians are powerful people.
But look at the question you just answered. Look at the question you just answered with circumology. Mm-hmm. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, that's just an explanation. I wouldn't say myself is an answer because it's my way of explaining what I see. I don't know everything. I tap in. I'm tapped into the source. And if I knew everything, they stopped giving me answers like that, Elder.
But guess what? That you said, right, was right and exact. Because if NASA is going to show a storm, and they call it a sprite, and that sprite looks like a capillary, something inside of your body, and you with circumology is taking well, you have to brainstorm to activate higher centers of your brain. What we're doing now. What we always do when they call it building. We're going to build. Yeah. Right? So now it's storm, right? Because we're taking the analogy of what NASA, what they saw, the lightning strikes, the storms, and you put in circumology to it. And it's like, then brothers have to come together to do what? have these
Brainstorm.
conversations. There
Meeting
you
of the
go.
minds in the
Meeting of the
temple.
mind. Exactly. Exactly. It's not about
Now you
beating
know why.
anybody
I'm
down.
sorry. I got
No,
excited.
go ahead. Go
Can
ahead.
I say this? I've
Go
said
ahead.
this on Zoom classes, but never on live classes. Now you know why in ancient Kemet or Tamaray, we built temples so that the elders and the brothers could go in and brainstorm on what was needed. And then our brains and intellect and intelligence would grow, feeding off of each other's light. So we would
Sure.
all expand. We needed the temples. The temples now are being used to make everybody release emotional stress and tension from the shouting and singing and the exercise you get from it. Most people don't understand that. You're
Exactly.
exercising in the church, sweating, you know.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
those are people be feeling the best when they leave. Like, oh man, I let some stuff go in there. Negative energy
Now,
just floating around in the midst of the air. Like, go ahead.
now, in that one analogy, you basically showcased our problem as a people and as a well, I'm just gonna say as a people. I'll leave everybody else out. Our problem, our solution is to get up out of that old slave mentality and get into this brainstorming, get into this circumology, get into the teachings that truly, truly, truly activate your brain and connects you to that which you need to be connected to, which would be your ancestors, yourself, your ancestors, nature, and then the higher intelligence that activated it all. So,
And
whoo,
what does brainstorming lead to? It leads to thoughts. Thought is Tahuti. So where do
and
you meet? Where do you meet Tahuti at? In the temple. You meet him in the temple, and then there's thoughts generated, and thoughts are so fast that you can't hold on to them very long.
that's why young
Henceforth,
elder was saying.
Mercury.
That's why young elder was he was having a storm. I can relate,
That's it.
young elder. He was having a storm. The thoughts were flowing, just like yeah, exactly, exactly. Wow.
Being
Yeah.
electrified,
Right.
That's us. We
And
share like where there's I'm sorry. Go ahead, big brother.
no, I yield. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say that's why where there's ignorance, there's a shade of darkness. And in that shade of darkness where a person can't perceive, I'm not gonna say no or not no, but if you can't see anything, then there's somebody that'll come in with a lantern or a light for you. And that's usually one of us. The solar people, they come in with the light where there's an ignorant being on the planet that's a galactic spirit, but they're here to learn from those of us that have been around so long. We can become information itself, which is the light, you know. So I was able to break down really time from a perspective. I can't give everybody the master teacher's exact perspective because I'm not him. I'm the particle that I am. Okay. And how we spread our ether out is through the voice, the vibrations of the voice, and through the strokes of the pen. Because the strokes of the pen are a way for us to write in wavelengths on paper using carbon, which is the king element, the six. You see? So carbon in the form of, excuse the background noise, carbon in the form of lead as in to lead who? The people, lead the air, lead the waves, lead the way. You lead the waves, you lead the way, you lead the air, you become a leader, right? A leader is an elder, somebody that is born with ancient wisdom growing in them from past energy collected from other bodies they've had. That's why I say some of us are type of reincarnates that have been on this planet swirling around, going round and round with the clouds and things like that for thousands of years and being dropped off to keep handling things and being sent back up and being dropped off to handle something else. And then you
Facts.
get your clearance so that you can leave. You get your clearance once you've done enough work here that you no longer desire to what? Do work here. but it has to be out of you, all the way out of you, as a what? Particle. You gather energy, and then you release it when you leave your starship. You release it back into the quantum field, which is the fourth. The fourth is a dimension of volume. After you get the height, width, and the depth, there's volume that's inside of the height, width, and depth. Those are the first three dimensions. And then the volume is what's the spaces on the inside. Okay? That's where we get our brains, and our brains are in the volume of the space inside the body that pick up on the volume of the space in this planet that's been given for the gases to survive in or exist in. And there's levels of this, because the higher you go, you can't breathe oxygen no more, which means oxygen is a gas that can't go as high as some of us can as what? Particles in the ethers. It's needed for what? The starships. It's a fuel. Go ahead, big brother.
So we back full circle again. Remember, how do you exist outside of Earth atmosphere? You just answered it again.
Right,
you just
right.
answered it again. No.
We've been in existence.
Exactly.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Elder. My
So
bad.
no. Well, I'm excited right now because that means that when you look at the height of Kemet at its highest, think about that for a minute, and then think about those outside of Kemet that were watching and looking at this. Now, let's go back to what you said about beings that even the six ether beings, they recycling, coming back. So in their sun cycle, that's why they have a what do you want to call it? A hatred for us, because they know at the height of us, this type of information was what was taught to a third grader, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old. They grew with this type of information. That's why society and culture was maintained for hundreds of thousands of years before they ever came on the scene and were allowed to take over. I'm just looking at, listening to you, how at our highest point, because what you're talking about is information where we were at our highest point. Remember, I told you about that time when I was saying about 54 billion years? Okay, when we were at our highest point, how we control not just the planet, but the whole system. Not just the whole system, but we're in connection with the whole galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
So listening, listening to this ancient wisdom, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Wouldn't it be nice?
It gets farther than this.
Of course.
I just got to slow down. I have to slow down, you know.
Well, think about this. Think about this. Many of us come from systems and planets where the type of stuff that happens here doesn't even. That's just like, you know, we're here to fix this, but where we come from is far, far, far different than that. So much until when you speak what you speak, you prove what I say, right? Because when you think about the height of where we were in Kemet, and you think about the science that you're dropping, it says, wow, in our fall was these people's civilization. And our fall is their civilization. And then they didn't even get that right. So here we are again to first save the planet because they've gone mad. They want to destroy the planet. Think about everything we talk about in the air. And you want to do what? Drop nuclear bombs? No. Now you're talking about messing up a cycle and a system that people come in and out. You don't have the right to do that because you're angry and upset. So that's going to be handled. In the time that that's being handled, we need to rise. How do we rise? When I ask that question, how do we rise for the masses, or do we rise for that chosen few, that the great energy? Okay, because my perspective is,
too. Go ahead.
My perspective is, my perspective is, no, it's real simple. Those that came from higher frequencies will find their way back to higher frequency. That's my perspective. And that those that are of the lower frequency, you have to be discerned in your own ability to know a low frequency being, not to step on them, not to berate them, but allow them to exist in their frequency and deal with those who are seeking and those who are about higher frequency. That's my perspective. Go ahead, bro.
And that's a great perspective. I'm gonna build on that. Frequencies during experimentation, you'll find out can spark flame or fire or heat. Frequencies can cause things to get hotter. And where there's heat, there's a rising going on, okay? Temperature is rising. And when temperature rises, heat in itself has the ability to clean and sterilize or purify. That's why when you put alcohol in a cut, it burns. We use the terminology burn because things not only in gas level can burn, but things in liquid level can burn as well. Things in oxygen level can burn too. You've been running in the cold, and the cold burns your nostrils as you breathe it in rapidly. That's a burning sensation that the cool climate is giving the warm climate of the nostrils. It's burning. So there's things that burn on a Celsius degrees and one on a Fahrenheit. What we have to do is purify things Fahrenheit. With Fahrenheit degrees is of information, Fahrenheit degrees is of ability to handle each other, move behavior-wise. Your degrees have to be fair in height. While a person is rising and you're bringing them up and you're uplifting them with your warmth, that Fahrenheit from your warmth allows them to see how fair you are as you're picking them up. And this is something that has to be connected from every being on this planet in order for it to change in a grand scale, or otherwise they'll keep using individuals of us to gather beings and have them reach this feeling, this emotion, to be fair. Because as long as you lower in your degrees to be cool or cold to people, cold-hearted, numb, right? All those go hand in hand. If you're being that way, then you're leaning towards the negative ionic energy. The negative ions come in at night when the air is cool and when the moon is reflecting the light of the sun. So negative ions are charging people to do the wolf pack type stuff, which is hunt, go on the prowl, hunting for women, hunting for some drugs, hunting for whatever it may be you hunting for. But that's when those thoughts take the brain. So we have to raise people up with the purity of heat. Heat purifies things. Cold numbs things and preserves it, keeps it in a freezer for you to eat till later. But when you cook it, it's ready to get up out of here. Whether you eat it or it burns up in the pan, it's getting out of here. As it goes into your body, it's getting out of here. The substance or essence of it goes into your vacuum of space, and then your body purifies what it was, the flesh of it, the body. Then you defecate the bad stuff and release out through your pores the other bad stuff, and you pee out the other stuff, and then the other things that come into the brain as thoughts. So if you're eating flesh all the time, you have the traumas, and Young Elder talked about this earlier, you have the traumas of the being that you've eaten in you. And you're the one cleaning it up. Your body is a system for cleaning things on the planet. The body in itself is designed to purify many things. That's why pee is distilled water, because you're getting rid of things that was in certain water, and then the body is using the nutrients of the thing. There's a chemical project going on in your stomach. The stomach might be the master chemist, because once you put something in it, it's responsible for the blood, the new blood the body generates, the healing process that the red blood cells help out with when you have a wound coagulate and the skin starts to bond back together and cover itself up with a shell. All of this comes from heat. Burning causes itching. Itching is what you feel when you're healing. Itching.
And
So,
you just
go ahead,
replaced
big
the
bro.
education, and you just replaced the educational system. In this little, in this, you just replaced the educational system. I hope this is taped, because this curriculum, I was thinking the other day, you just replaced the educational system. This that you said needs to be taught to our youth who are able to comprehend words. They need to, this needs to be broken down into second, third, fourth, and sixth grade book level, teaching them this, not that, you know what I'm talking about, that old, no, this needs to be taught. And you know what? It will be. I'm gonna yield. It will be.
All right.
It
I'm
will be.
sure.
Put
I'm
put a
sure it
pin.
will. It
Put a
has
pin in
been, big
this.
brother.
Yeah, yeah. No. Put a pin in this class right here. That needs to be. No. The whole educational curriculum needs to be designed around this whole class tonight. Seriously, and it really needs to go even into the theological houses if they would allow it, right? To cause a brainstorm, right? To cause some storm to happen. So,
That's right.
yeah, wow. I'm gonna yield for a second. I gotta attend to something. Excellent, excellent.
No
15,
problem, big bro.
12,
Appreciate you. Go
elder,
ahead,
excellent.
11.
I was just going to say, and then storm this transformation. That's all I
Thank
yield.
you. That's it. Transit. It's moving. It's a movement of things, right? And a shipment of things, which is why I keep, you know, I explain it to people. The mother plane is the clouds, and we're in it. Our ancestors that have passed on when their blood was spilt out in the air, out in the woods, when they hung them in trees. You think the trees don't remember what these people did? You think the dirt don't remember? The air that we went into remembers? The clouds remembers? Everything that we're breathing in is part of the memory, it's part of the element. The mind of Eli or Allah, Eli, Ele. You see? So with that being said, you understand now that you can't do anything on this plane of existence without something taking in your energy. Something always remembers you and what happened, what you might have did. So the brain acting like a magnet, when you are attracting things out of the air, you're attracting them with electromagnetic pulses that you generate from your auric egg that's being charged from your thoughts coming from the brain. So you have to make sure you filter your ideas. Whenever you get one of those negative ideas, you have to learn how to recognize it as a negative ion or a cold charge. See, but the positive ion, the positive thought, the positive idea is the hot and warm charge that they want you to use to change the energy or current flow of the planet. And how do you do that? You change the way men and women and children think. That's how you do it. Now, how have they been doing it to us? Changing us the way we think from movies, from music, from books, from teaching in school, from traumatic events, from social systems, government systems, things that govern the mind, tell the mind what to do, how the mind should drive the body, and everything. We have to become people that control how our people think. That's why we need our own networks. Because as long as our children are playing video games, they're getting how they should think magnetically from a being that wants them hell bent on destruction. They're not getting it from the mother and father that want them to be bent on production, producing, adding to this plane of existence. Addition is our favorite math. Math multiplications are our other favorite math as Nubian people. We add two things as the plus, the positive energy, the heat energy. They take away from things as the negative energy. And also I want to give brother Cairo thanks, or sister Cairo. I don't know whether it's male or female, so please forgive me. But I appreciate your love offering to me. Thank you. And I'll continue if those, y'all want me to continue, or everybody want to add? Anybody want to add?
Hey, keep going. We got this recorded. Keep going. I'm sucking it all in because I'm getting new information just off of you talking. I'm getting new ideas. I'm getting a whole bunch of explosions that happen on this breathing deal, man.
Yeah, I've been aware of this for 2 years now, and this is how I process the information, because I'll read a book, but I won't let the book change my brain. My brain takes the information from the book and puts it in a proper perspective that I can use it in. So I'll use it like that. Most of the people that read books try to do their best to do that anyway. So I use it like that, but I also let the book measure up to what I see visually with the 2 windows I have, because I know that I'm only using the windows to process from the inner eye, that is the particle that is me. So I use my true higher self to process the information, but I always look out in nature for the truth to compare it to. Whatever someone's giving me that came out of a dream or out of a vision lets me know it came from the quantum field, because you don't have dreams. When you go to sleep, you make a leap. I call it the slow leap because of the letter S right before LEEP in the word sleep. This is how I use Circumology to see secrets decoded into words. Sleep is the quantum leap, and the S also represents the wave that you travel on. Okay, so sleep. When you go to sleep, you travel into the quantum field and you pick up the images. You might pick up the sound waves, but you pick up something there, you collect it, and then when you wake up the next day, you're able to put whatever that vision was to use for yourself if you figured it out. Some people have to learn how to interpret the dream in connection with the 3rd density reality here, because everything in your dream was them on the particle level teaching you something on the 3rd level to either be aware of or use to help someone or use to help yourself. But they're telling you things to help you, to aid you. They're not just giving you visions in the dream state or the quantum state so you can wake up and just tell somebody, hey man, I had the craziest dream. Because if you write the dream down, you'll learn how to connect everything you've seen in the dream. It'll be something physical in the 3rd dimension to compare it to throughout the day. Whether it happens that day, the next day, the day after, it will happen. If you forget the dream because you didn't write it down on paper, which is Scrabble, right? Inscribe down on the paper in wavelength, cursive, with black ink or lead. Lead it down, right? On paper. Once you put this vision on paper, then you can look at it every day and then notice the energy around you throughout your day, and you'll be able to begin to see those images manifest in 3rd density form. Then you won't be out here going, man, I dream meant. You'll know exactly what it meant, because you'll learn that the dreams are them communicating with you as well, not just you astrally traveling. As astral projection is nothing but you as a star, which is the astral, throwing yourself outward into a projection, like your light is coming out of you. That's you breathing when you go to sleep. Your breath is light. It's a type of color your breath is. Colors are only seen from light. Colors are refractions of light anyway. And the main light that all the colors are a refraction of is the black light. So the black light is usually why you see rainbow, period. Black light being refracted into different colors. Okay? We call it the violet light, or the ultraviolet. And we know the sun is ultra black. Ultra black meaning ultra absorbent, ultra energetic, ultra magnetic. That's what it is. So you're constantly being pulled out of your bodies when you go to sleep through a quantum leap. And I know y'all remember the show in the early 90s, Quantum Leap, with old Al in it, and the old boy that played all the characters, because as soon as he had a quantum leap, he was in another person's body. And he had to change the outcome of another person's life. They were showing you vital information then about how things go down. but they give you the Caucasian's perspective of it, which is supposed to fragment the way you think about it. They refract light as beings. They separate light as beings. They're not going to grab it all, ball it up all together and absorb it in the sponge and give it to you like we will, those that are students or master students of the master teachers that have come from the quantum field here. All of them, Baba Yanun included. We learned from all of them. We gained information from all of them. And how you spin and use your information is what turns you into a 720 degrees being. Before you start spinning this knowledge, the negative and the positive knowledge, you have to spin it on the center or the middle thickness part or the width of the quarter. You represent the 25 cent. You laying yourself down flat, whether you tails up or face up, heads up, as they say. You pick yourself up to the thin side of the quarter, and then you start to spin yourself. When you spin yourself, you're spinning the knowledge. Once you spin the knowledge, you begin to see this flat object turn into a ball temporarily. Okay? It speeds up and it has to stay going fast in order for you to see the 720 degrees of the quarter. Because as long as it's just laying flat on the table, all you see is 360 degrees of it. As long as you just pick it up right, so it rolls, you only see one side of the 360 and the other side when you switch to the other side of the quarter to see the other 360. But if you spin that joker, you got 720 degrees of will working for you. And then you can see the illusion. Because the illusion is that it's a whole 720 thing when only it's spinning 720 as a temporary spin. Now take that in consideration when you think about the planet spinning. You see, there's a spiritual side to this planet. There's a physical side to this planet, and it's all spinning. So there's knowledge here to be gained just from thinking, breathing, resting. Resting gives you the leap. Some of us, like myself, have gone through sleep paralysis often throughout our lives. We lay down and lay still and we can't breathe, or we think we can't breathe. And then we sit there and we go into a panic. And after we go into the panic and not being able to breathe, we start to shake. And then next thing you know, you magnetically attract from suction or the vacuum of the body all of your energy back into it, and you won't allow it to astral project or take a quantum leap. The fear keeps you there. There could be another being waiting on you to leave out of your body, to possess it, to jump in it, or it could be a family member wanting to take you on memory lane, like Mr. McScrooge did on the Christmas Story, where the ghost came to him and showed him his past so he could correct it. Thank you, Ascension Nation. I appreciate your love dearly. Thank you so much. So, man, I'm glad this is being recorded because, this is a record of it. I don't really have to. I'm planning on putting it down in a book one day. There's not enough light given to me throughout my days. I'm not utilizing enough of it. I'm not perfect, so please don't think I am. By no means do I claim to be perfect, and I don't claim to know everything either. But what I do know that they've given me to tell you is a message from them to you through me as a vessel, the same way it came through all the other elders and the higher elders like Dr. Malachi York before me. I'm not going to dare say I teach what I teach because I'm trying to get rich off of it. That's not the purpose of this information. That's why I tell it so simple. So simple that you can explain it to your babies at 5 and 6 and 7 years old and prepare them to think properly in the all as they move through this level of it. You got to prepare them for it. There's going to be so many people astrally projecting their ideas onto your babies. So you have to let your babies know you're here to purify your essence. Just purifying your essence purifies another due to vibration. How do you purify your essence? You learn to become light by lightening the load, letting go of burdensome thinking. Let go of it. And the only way to let go of burdensome thinking is to know what causes thinking in the first place. And that's breathing. So when you're stressed, like Elder said earlier, and when you're getting ready to commit an evil or negative act, like the other elder said earlier, a young elder, then you make sure you breathe. When you want to get your nerves together, like Elder Jamil always talks about the capillaries and the blood vessels and the nerving, these systems, and breathe, because your family will calm you down. The family exists there in the air, and air is everywhere, and everywhere is here. See? Because the word here is in there, everywhere, and it's here. So there's nowhere you can go on the planet where you'll be alone. Even the word alone is two words, all and one. If you're alone, you're all one, then you can recognize the all as one when you're alone in the third density. That's when you really realize you're not. All of the thoughts that you ever thought would start running through your brain fast. And you had to pick out a good one. It's like the lottery pick. Which one is going to help me eat tonight? Which one's going to help me build a shelter tonight? Which one's going to help me drink? Which one's going to help me stay alive in the third? And all of those thoughts will start running through your brain as electrical conduction of brainstorms. And you have to learn from the brainstorms, because as I said, the brainstorms allow the energy to come from up there down here in the form of water, and water is rain, and water and rain, and water is equivalent to knowledge and the thirst that gets quenched. So we already know brainstorming leads to raining in the brain, which leads to knowledge that will quench the thirst for the search. Don't ever stop thinking. That's why I love Dane Calloway too, because that brother is one of us, one of those beings nowadays that have been given messages to convey to the people, because now it's time for everybody to know what's going on without scrutiny, without prejudice, without racism, without any of that in your heart. Learn what's going on. This will give everybody a start. This will give everybody a start. Where we come from and where we going and how we getting there plays out on so many systems. You got to go through, I call them star systems within the breath, because as you travel as a particle, can you imagine all the places you end up just right here on this planet before you get to a body? Can you imagine? You got to go through plant life, some of you. Some of you got to go through water, terrain, earthly terrain living. You got to go through these different views. You learn information. You don't have to stay in a lizard. You don't have to stay in a fish. You don't have to stay in a bird, but you're passing through these systems so you can get experience, vision. Then you get in the human body, and then you have to climb all of those energies of spirits you collected to reach to the highest one that you experience, which is the bird. And then look at the totem pole. The totem pole is exactly that ascension. You can look at the totem pole and what's at the bottom holding all the higher animals up. So it lets you know we always knew what it is I'm talking about. People just forgot how to explain it, I guess, except for the ones that studied, did their due diligence. And then I'm not the only one. There's millions of us on the planet. There's millions. I'm not the only one that knows this or knows of it or talks about it. There's other beings giving their version of it, their perspective of it. So for those that are listening tonight are here to listen to this perspective for a reason. A reason is a ray, sun. Son of the sun is what a reason is in circumology. You know how they say Jesus is the reason for the season. There you go. He's part of the sunlight photon particles that come in and flow around here and allow for there to be different climates above the equator and below the equator, different climates at the equator, and also different types of mentality that come in from those climates. The people that are living in cold temperatures usually think a lot faster because they have to. They don't have everything in abundance growing around them. They sped up to the point of shivering and teeth chattering. They got to really call upon the warmth and the heat from within in order to stay alive. And if they can't create any fire from any of their intelligence, then they can't burn anything that can keep them warm. So people that come from cold climates worshiped fire. People from hot climates never had to. The people from cold climates served the fire in the creator of the flame. The ones that were in the caves, the Flugerods, this is what they looked up to. Fire burned them, fire gave them warmth, fire cooked their food, fire did a lot for them. Plus, they could fight off their enemies with fire. It's a lot of things they did with it. Therefore, the devil became the image of something fiery, hot. This is my perception. I'm not trying to exchange my thoughts for anybody else's. I want y'all to just know this is how some people's brains think when all they're trying to process is pure thinking. I thought about it long and hard, just like all of you. They make movies and they fragment the information that I'm giving you as a whole. They fragment it in books, in movies, comic books, so they can sell it to you. Instead of you using the brain daily to go out and observe what's happening in nature, don't just watch the Weather Channel for the weather. See if you can go outside and determine what kind of weather it's going to be. The clouds. You can see the clouds coming together just the way they can show you the clouds on the Doppler that the meteorologist uses. You can see them coming together by walking outside. You can tell what it's going to be because your ancestors are up there making all of it happen. And that's why I can go back to Marcus Garvey saying, look for me in the whirlwind. You can go to Honorable Elijah Muhammad when he says he'll be on the mother plane. All these things keep moving. They do their work and they keep moving. Don't ever stop moving. I don't care how fast you're moving, just don't stop moving. You start getting comfortable living city life, you can get comfortable with negative thinking. There's a lot of negative methane type gas in the city because it's a lot of meat being cooked. So you have negative energy in the air that you can see in the form of fog and mist, which is why it was extra creepy in ancient times when misty nights or foggy nights was afoot. We all looked around and couldn't see. Your gaze couldn't go past the fog. The fog represents the moisture that gives you the rainbow in the clouded area as well. So your gaze can barely see through it because there's particles right in front of you, just refracting your gaze, but also reflecting it. So it's thick to where you say, I can't see through it. It's the same thing with you trying to look into something that's absorbing your gaze, like straight pitch dark blackness. Paint the floor in your house black, the walls black, walk into that room and cut the lights off. You'll swear up and down you got your eyes closed when they wide open. Then you can meditate for real because you'll understand everything is everything. Everything is a part of everything. So easily put when you say it that like that. But if I say it that easy, you'll have somebody that's been reading the Bible their whole life ask me question upon question upon question upon question to get to the answer that everything is everything. It's that simple. I can talk about everything being everything in so many different ways with the golden rule that I learned from listening to the young elder. Tahuti said, tie it all in together. Who is Tahuti? Thought. Thought helps you tie it all in together. You can't tie it all in together without brainstorming. Anybody else got anything they want to add or speak on or give a comment, whatever it may be? Anybody?
Hey, you got cut out. Hey, look, hey, if you want to send me and 15 a donation, got the Cash App links in the descriptions. And we thank everybody that sent the donations. Like I say, we take $1, $5, whatever you got.
Yeah, I appreciate them sending you anything they can send you, big brother. I'm not necessarily in need. So if y'all can send it to Young Elder, that'd be greatly appreciated. I'm not in need.
Hey man, this class here is fire, bro. It's another one for the archives, another historical class for the archives, man. Because we a lot of stuff being broken down. I'm glad we got this straight from Zoom to YouTube. That way we can have it already in the archives. And we'll be doing another tomorrow. We're gonna go all the way till Thursday. We're gonna be dropping. We got another topic tomorrow, but this right here topic, I think we touched on a lot of stuff right here, man. This right here is heavy. This right here is like the breath thing, man. I think about writing the whole book on this shit, man. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, just off talking about the breath, man, And I've been thinking. I said, man, like, well, once I get that breathing down, because I'm gonna do more breathing exercises. Like, what do you got any good breathing exercises? I know exercising is one, running, getting your wind up. But do you and even maybe you could touch on the breathing and making love part. You ain't got to get too explicit. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure kids ain't up this time of night, but it might be. But the breathing with the making love, because you can go longer if you can know how to breathe. Because women get mad with the minute mans, right? It's like you a minute man. I mean, you only go for a lot, but it's really because they ain't breathing right. You ain't breathing right when you tapping it,
What I know.
Go ahead.
You gotta breathe with the same rhythm you are, as a machine pumping at. And you have to, breathe in when it's like breathing in when you go.
They cutting you out, man. They you about to drop it. They cut you out. Go ahead, start over again. They cut you out.
Okay, get the babies out of the room so they don't hear this. I hope they don't read into it too much, but it's a technique that a lot of elders know. You breathe in when you go. Breathe in when you go in, right? And then breathe out when you pull out. And do that in rhythm. As fast as you going, it's just as fast as the breath. Like if you're going in fast, you better be, breathing in that direction I said breathe in. And you pull it out, you got to breathe in the direction I said breathe in. So you have to be in rhythm in order to hold back technique or retain. And as you retain it, the vitalization of the energy from the semen, the energy spark from it can be absorbed back into the body's energy systems to be used. And those energy systems are ignited by the breath. So you can become way more focused in life with semen retention and your memory. But when you sure your thoughts are in alignment with your woman's thoughts. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, go back about 5 seconds before what you just.
Okay. I was saying that you want to make sure you and your mate are in alignment with each other's electrical current of thinking. You got to both be in balance. Otherwise, that you're putting the spark into the being that the man is getting generated to launch off from his testicles has to be charged electrically with both of your energies. Okay. So the baby will come in on a frequency based on what you and her were thinking before, y'all got in on it. The next thing you know, the child will come out and they'll be real energetic. And you'd be like, oh, he hyper. Well, you know, it depends on how fast you was going. This is my opinion, man. I don't want everybody to go, oh, he right, man. Just think about it. Use it, try it out, see if I'm right. Try it. That's how you're gonna determine. But don't take my word for it. Try it out. Experiment with it. See what I'm saying. If it works for you, then you can say, oh man, you was right. Or I feel where you're coming from or whatever. I'm not as egotistical to say I know it all. This is a technique I use. So it helps me out. I know that. That's the only thing I can pertain to. You do this same breathing technique when you work out, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll be able to endure more under your muscles. Your muscles will have more endurance if your breathing is in rhythm. You'll be able to go longer lifting weights. Do your anaerobic, which is releasing pressure without breathing. You hold your breath in to push the weight. That gives you an anaerobic workout or puts you in an anaerobic condition to be using your energy without the proper breathing. So you practice your anaerobic workouts as well to help with your breathing techniques. That could be doing anything, whether you're procreating or whether you're calming yourself down or whether you're trying to come up with something creative. Anaerobic exercises include lifting weights, something like sprinting, jumping rope. No, that's aerobic. Burpees, up downs, push-ups, sit-ups, where you're pulling and using the muscles and you have to hold your breath and still conduct energy into the muscles. And then when you get done doing your set with your short breaths, you breathe in deeper to get the rest of the air. Because the body, like I said, it's a starship. The stars that you're breathing in are the atoms, particles, these things that go into the body. You get all your electrical charge from breathing into the heart, into the brain. It spreads the electricity throughout the whole body through the bloodstream and where your nervous system's tapped into. So you already know this is how you channel focus mentally. You can make yourself, like the monks do, not have impenetrable skin, but dang near impenetrable skin with breath techniques, unpuncturable. You can have the ability to do push-ups on fingertips like Bruce Lee did because he knew how to channel enough electrical energy from breathing and focus. Plus, he worked on that. He didn't just do it the first day. Seeds take time to grow. So when you have the thought to make your body strong, you have to think of the exercise the same way you think of watering the plant and making sure the plant gets sunlight, because that's what it's going to take for that plant to grow. So what it's going to take for you to grow your muscles or to grow your better wind is practice. Practice every day is like giving it what it needs to feed it. If you don't practice, you ain't gonna be able to reach a limit of what you're trying to achieve to where you can go past that limit. You're gonna always give yourself limitations, and they'll be mental. You seen some people where you looked at their bodies and go, man, that brother took it too far. You see all the muscles popping out all over his dude. You be like, man, what are you training for in life? What are you preparing for, dude? You built like a tank. There's no need for you to be built like a tank unless you planning on running through something. So when I look at a dude's body like that, I automatically conjure the idea, this person is building himself up for something. It's not no reason. Some dude might lie to you, but his body is telling you the truth. Hey man, I just work out, what I mean, for life. That means that person thinks life is what? Very hard, very tough. and no pain, no gain. So they went and built all these muscles to prepare them for an easier life. They want it to be easier, and they think they got to be so strong physically to make it easy. And then that physical strength wears out when you need mental strength, and you're sitting there going, man, I got all these muscles, but I don't really know how to spark build the electrical brain for strength, or into the chest to strengthen the lungs for breathing deeper and taking in more energy out of the air. You can train any part of your vessel to do what it needs to do. Different gurus train different parts of the vessel. I've seen gurus that they don't look like they have much meat on their bones at all, because they're trying to be more aerial, not aquatic. They're trying to go from being more water to more what? Air. So they don't eat as much either. They don't drink as much. And all they do is vibrate like every other thing in existence. They just sit around and vibrate. And you might think, oh, that ain't nothing, man. That ain't helping the planet out. Well, they know what they're doing because they're channeling positive vibrations. They just are told by the air to sit there and do this. You do not, look, my opinion on it, okay? Your brain processes information. So therefore, because it processes information, you might think you have a mind. You don't. You have a brain in the body, that is. You process the mind. The mind is a mental reservoir called air that we're all processing, and there's levels to the air. So with that being said, the air is what's conscious. You have access to consciousness, but you are not. Consciousness itself, you have access to it in a body. You're a part of consciousness itself as a particle. Your brain processes what you breathe. The ethereal gases are in what you breathe. The 9 ethers are in, not only inside you that make up the solid matter, but all external outside you, because they continue to make up the matter. Continuous is what this is that I'm explaining. Continuations. When people say that there's going to be an end, and people say, you know, certain messiahs is coming back or whatnot, they don't really understand this is how this is all taking place. In and out of the body, air. Air, 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 air. Bible came and told us that we have hair and other people have fur. Whether he got that from some other source is irrelevant. It's the truth. So when you look at your Nubian texture of hair, hair is also the word heir, as in heir to the throne, as in inheritance, right? And then hair is also the word here. Okay? So we're heir to the throne, literally heir. And then your hair is the crown that you wear that processes the static electricity produced by the air. And that's channeled into the brain waves. That's part of it. Drinking water is part of it. All this information goes in encoded. And inside the body's systems, the information is decoded and broken down and used for different parts of the systems of the body. And each brain of the body activates these things you take in, including the brain, which is in the skull. Then you have the membrane, mucous membrane. You got the intestines, you got the heart, and you have the testicles. You got all these different brains, things that function and are ignited by breathing. at different speeds. When you fast, you tend to breathe deep quite often because you're hungry. And you get hunger pains because by you fasting and breathing in as often as you do now, they're getting rid of the toxins. They just want you to hold on so they can get rid of them before you eat again. What do we usually do? We eat again before we hold on for all the toxins to leave, before the body can get rid of what doesn't belong inside the ship's systems. Now imagine what I just said and compare it to this. You're a boat. Your body, a boat. The mind or your brain represents the boat sail. What moves the boat sail is the wind. If you don't know what direction you're going in as a ship, as a boat, with boat sails, the wind will carry the boat sail in any direction. In order for you to guide the wind or to have the wind guide your boat, you have to learn how to pull the sails down and raise them up and give it just the amount of wind it needs to go at the speed you need it to go. And in life, breath operates for you in the same fashion. And I yield. Thank you for listening. Appreciate you.
Hey, well, I'm about to get ready to go take a nap, man. Go to sleep, man. So, hey, but this was fire though. We got it recorded. We got it in the archives, and we're gonna be able to go back and listen. We're gonna come back and crack heads again tomorrow. So stay tuned. You know what I'm saying? If you want, hey, if you're new to the channel, be sure to hit them like and that subscribe button, and hit the bell, man, and share it on all your social media outlets. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Put it out. Get the information out there, man. You know, if you want to get the we still got the 8 books for $50. All the books by the young elder, the 8 books. Like I say, 15 got a book coming out too, Circumology, that he's working on. Actually, another book too called Stargate. I think the Stargate book coming out first. So stay tuned for that. And like we say, we want to thank you for coming out to hang out with us. And we'll be doing it tomorrow, man, at the same time, man. We have another topic tomorrow that we're gonna touch on. We're trying to cover all the topics and all the information that we're trying to cover is that's vital right now for us as we ascend into the 5th dimension as a planet, as a planetary thing, you know what I'm saying? So we're trying to cover all of the necessary topics, and most of these topics Bible cover in books that was but a lot of stuff went over people's heads. So we coming to, to keep it going, to continue the work of the master teacher, and try to get the information out, so break it down in more detail with a magnifying glass, so you can really see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, 15 crack heads tonight. A lot of elders came in, and all the add-ons were good add-ons. So you want to get them 8 books, man, send me a $50 donation and leave your email in the little link, and I'll send all the 8 books in PDF form to your email, and then you can go get them printed out. That's why we only charge them $50 for them, so you can print them out yourself. So man, we thank you for tuning in. Hotep, Islam, to all my Moors, peace and love throughout the boundaries.